Hello, hello. Hi, Cloud. Hi, why is this here? Da 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 da. Please ignore the poster for this very acclaimed feature film. A very interesting piece of Mexican cinema. Yeah, I don't know what it's doing here. I think yesterday I was moving stuff around. Hello, hi. Hi. Hello, Cloud. Saw you on Cupidale's chat. How's it going? Hello. Yeah, I noticed. I was there too. Still am, of course. Well, let me know if something fun happens, just so I don't miss out. Okay, so what's up? Hello, everyone. I think it's not here, but I also see Grandy messaging in YouTube, so Grandy might also be around here somewhere on the YouTubes. But yeah, there it is. Playing Kenshi and DNA still. Yeah, alright, good luck with that. And yeah, so hello, welcome back. So we're still pretty much the same deal as yesterday. We're still making hair strands, middle of the hair strand factory, but we already did a lot of them yesterday. We made about 9. So yeah, we can keep moving forward, and I think it's gonna be a chill day. That's why I just put Animal Crossing on the background. However, there's a non-zero chance we might do something with Faye. I don't know, she didn't send me any message or anything, so I don't know what time or what does she want to do. But I'll let you know and we'll figure out, don't worry. Anyway, so yeah, let's go to the workshop then. There we go. So yeah, welcome back. Welcome back to this, your humble and cozy little workshop. I'm Mariano, you can call me Mario, and yeah, let's keep on making more and more hair strands. Hair is a 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 hair. So, right now we are on our 9th. I think the one I'm gonna take out here is our 9th hair strand. Gambling with my life. I'm not sure. Are you? Is that whatever is? Try not smile. Is that what Cupid's singing right now, or? Yeah, I'm not listening to Cupid's stream right now because I'm not sure if that would be, or just random singing, just because. Sure. Neuro sang it. Well, Neuro sung a bunch of music of different songs. I miss our Swarm FM days. Maybe we should do one day where I say just screw the monetization and just play Swarm FM for a day for the sake of fun and whimsy. What do you say? It's been living in my head. Maybe a day on oiler can compensate you. Well, we just got 1,000 bits from certain croc oiler. So yeah, maybe that could compensate. I don't know. At least I think it would be good if at least I make an announcement. We'll just randomly pop in the... Yeah, today we can have a chill stream. Also today we might be a short one. But yeah. So tomorrow, this Friday, yeah. Okay, I'm not sure if something could pop up tomorrow, but if tomorrow is like a full day of just working, maybe, what do you say if tomorrow we make it a Swarm FM day? If it's gonna be a long day of full work, I think it'll be fun. Yeah, why not? So should I deactivate monetization from the start? on YouTube, because I think I can do that. I'm not sure if that also removes ads. Hey, gigahertz, let the others decide. Hi gigahertz, how's it going? You're also watching Cupid? I was watching her sing first couple of songs. Okay, so let's make one more strand, close it, and we'll be set for the next layer of things here. Need some background noise to focus on work. Well, good luck with work. You know, I'm always a trustworthy source of chill background noise. Talking about silicone and screwing up. But yeah, I think today's going to be a very chill day because we're going to be pretty much doing the same we did before. Another 9 times, maybe more. I'm not sure if today we're going to be collabing with Faye. She is... Well, yeah, she said she wanted to do something, but she didn't tell me when or why or how. So, yeah, I'm kind of... I don't know what the deal is gonna be, or if it was for real, or she was just bluffing. But yeah, I'll let you know as soon as I know, I guess. But yeah, I was planning to just stream for as long as I can. If I end up getting a message from Faye, yeah, I'll just end stream and start setting up the game stream or whatever. I actually haven't slept. What the hell? Why though? What did you do in the last 8 hours? I don't know. Just looking at the ceiling, dissociating. Okay. You know what? Let's do a good check on timing. Currently we're at 42 humidity. It's the highest we've checked ever since we got the thermometer working. 4 grams, 3 drops. We're starting at 11:55. Working? Oh, coding. One, 2:30. Doobie, hello, welcome. How you doing? How's it going? So yeah, we're just back on the same stuff, you know, making more and more hair strands. That's about it. That's why today I wanted some more of a chill vibe, less hardcore, high octane Guilty Gear. I'm so angry that one single Guilty Gear song copyright claimed our video. It makes me very sad. It's also Disaster of Passion. It's like one of my top 10 maybe. But it's a bad omen. What if then they start to claim more and more of the Guilty Gear soundtrack? It's not gonna be good. Don't want that to happen. Guilty Gear was my true go-to, like always there for you soundtrack. That's an absolute blast, and now I'm starting to fear for the future of being able to play that on stream. And yeah, that's very depressing, I'll tell you that. Might have screwed up a little bit here. One of the ways to have your own background. Oh yes, I'm gonna become a musician only to not get copyrighted. I mean, it would be fun. I would like to have my own background music, but I can barely afford the cheap silicone. How am I gonna afford a musician? Okay. Let's make this. Quick, should I go? Yeah, this is more important. So this side should go like this. I'll try to submerge it a little bit if I can. And yeah, that's okay. It's just, I would love to have it smeared a little bit more, but it's okay. We've got plenty on the other side. Right. Ready, guys? 3, 2, 1. Cheeky breaky. Weirdly enough, I don't feel sleepy. I've been there where you kind of like go full loop in your circadian rhythm and you end up feeling well and you end up just spending the day as if normal, but then at some point it comes back to you. Should have done that the other way around. Oh, God. Stupid rubber bands, always breaking. Da-da-da-da. Okay. So there we go. That's number 10, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, that's number 10. We are 8 little strands away. We've got sticks ready for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 6 ready for casting. So we still need to make one more out of. What's the temperature also? It's 22 degrees. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe the temperature is doing the variation. I didn't tell you the temperature this time, right? Well, right now it's 22. We're all the charters today. It's okay, it's okay. It's still stream. People will arrive eventually. I don't know. Let's see what happens, but it's good. We've had a couple of streams where, yeah, it's been kind of slow. I remember one stream where I think we were modeling the little duck on top of the frog hat, which was actually a secret. So I didn't tell that I was gonna make the frog hat, but I was just making the duck. I think they sometimes use the duck only and not the frog hat, so I think it worked. And trying to actually lock in today, so probably just gonna lurk. Yeah, perfectly understandable. I've done that too, plenty of times, so yeah. No problem. Thanks for stopping by anyway. Hope you enjoy. And yeah, good luck with your work. Best of luck. So, what was I telling him? Made them. Oh yeah, we were working on the rubber duck. Well, it's not rubber duck. It's like a little bird that they use on top of their head sometimes. And when I was making that one, I think it was only Roman that they... Yeah, it was not the hat. Well, I wasn't working on the hat itself. It was just a little duck. And yeah, the only one there was Roman. And we were just chilling. And that's how Roman ended up sending me in the Discord his animations that he made when he was younger. And we were looking at them as like Lego animation. I was like, hey, look at this. This is really fun. I like how you solved this trick here. And you used a little bit of tape to, you know, hide details here. And that's very useful because you're always go to very... it's always useful to find little neat tricks to make the stuff you want to do when animating. And yeah, we just had a very chill stream, chatting, having fun, and working on the ducky. And the ducky turned out great. I've got the model there. And yeah, it printed fairly easy. Yeah, that's a good one. I actually want to make an animation. Hell yeah, if you want to make an animation, I will happily give you any sort of tips you need for whatever you're trying to do. So I know people, whenever they are making their first animation, they're usually on a budget, but there are plenty of free tools out there. You know, like Stop Motion Studio is free and you can get it on almost any phone, I believe. There's a pro version, which I think it's about $5 or $10 at most. And it's pretty decent. Like, you get almost as much as Dragon From. The only thing I don't love about Stop Motion Studio is that because you need to shoot the picture with the screen, sometimes you move the camera a little bit if the camera is not very well secured. But yeah, all sorts of tools that you would like to or you would need, I can gladly assist you if you want to make animations. Now, if it's 2D animation, I can just give you advice, but I don't really know neither the tools nor the techniques because, yeah, I'm not a great 2D artist. But I mean, whatever you think. Things I don't know a thing about making animations. Well, first of all, you would need to decide what type of animation are you looking for. Do you want to make 3D, 2D, or stop motion animation? And then from there, it's like, well, how much time are you willing to invest in it? Because you can make very simple animations, just like, okay, I've seen very good animations that are made with very basic objects. So instead of having to make a full-on puppet or something very complex, I remember I saw some guy who actually eventually became an animator on Isle of Dogs, which is a very good stop-motion movie. His first stop-motion animation was actually like... it was like a National Geographic documentary, but with kitchen appliances. So he would go and animate like, and here we have a little swarm of pliers. They stick together in order to protect themselves. And he would animate like the pliers moving around and maybe opening and closing to make it look like they're more alive. But oh no, here comes a pair of dangerous predatory scissors. And then he would put the scissors going in, and then these guys would turn around. And so it was a very simple thing in concept because he was not working on too much stuff, like very complex puppets and stuff, but it was very easy. No skill in 2D, 3D. 2D I kind of draw pretty quickly as long as I don't shade it. Stop motion, I can do paper puppets. Yeah, like you could do cutout animation. That's also pretty straightforward. You can get someone else, like another piece of art, or make your own art, and then just cut it into slices and do. The tricky part with cutout is setting up a down shooter, because the easiest way to do that is to have your camera on top of your stuff like this. When you do that, I think the best way to do it is, if you're using a phone, I think the easiest way is to just have some sort of glass or plexiglass and put it on top of maybe some books or something, but make it tall enough so that you can put it on top and put your phone right on top of the surface, and then you can just animate below. Just make sure you don't cast too much shadow with the phone or the camera. Yeah, that's a pretty easy way to make a down shooter, and there you can actually do all sorts of paper stop motion very, very easily and very cleanly. I haven't done much of that. I think I told you a couple of streams ago about the first animation, I think it was the first work as an animator that I had, as a professional animator, not a silly little intern. And it was for Rick and Morty, and it was sort of a down shooter thing. But instead of using paper puppets, I used salt to make the portal. Maybe I should look it up so you can see it. Like, I feel like it's a very minor thing because it's just like a simple effect, but I'm not sure if I can find it, you know? Let's see. Because there's a lot of stop motion Adult Swim things, but they're usually made by somebody else. And there's like these 2 clips that were made here in the studio where I used to work. And they're very hard to find sometimes. Let's see if I can get them. Yeah, there's a lot of capsules that were made by, I remember the name of this artist, Lee Hardcastle. I know they were on Instagram, but finding something on Instagram is absolutely impossible. Yeah, I cannot find it, but I'll see if I can look for it, and then I'll show it to you. Yeah, no, I don't have it here. Yeah, if I ever find it, I'll show it. And to do stop motion animations, I like to do it at night. There are huge windows everywhere in my house. Yes, that is very useful. Usually when I do that sort of stuff, I do it at night, or you have to cover all the windows. Depends on how much work you're planning to do. But yeah, like at night is pretty easy, and it's like a good time slot for someone to work on. I would say if you're getting, well, it depends on what animation you're doing or how complex it is, but on an 8-hour shift, you could probably do about between 5 and 10 seconds of animation. However, don't get too, well, it might take a little bit of time to get used to it, but the thing is, you need to take that into consideration. You don't know, or well, it depends if you can leave the stuff placed even if it's there during the day. Or if you have to pick everything up, because if you do that, well, resetting a scene when you have to take everything out of the way to, I don't know, eat on the table or something like that, that's a lot of trouble. But yeah, sounds like a lot of time. It is a lot of time. That's how it works. But it depends on the thing. It depends on the style also. Like if you're just making a South Park kind of object moves, like tuk, 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 that's pretty fast. If you're trying to do like, I don't know, Bad Apple, that's gonna take more time. It depends. I don't want to scare you. You should try it and see for yourself how much time it takes, what quality you're trying to achieve. But also keep it real. I've had a lot of people who believe. I've told this story a couple of times on stream, but I think it was before you started joining, and it's that when I was in college, right about to end college, the people, like the other guys from my bachelor's thought it would be a very good idea to make a stop motion film for a class, because they thought, hey, that's easy, right? It's much easier than making an actual short film with humans. And I was like, and you're an intern in this big studio, so you probably know how to make it and how to do it. And I was like, I knew they did absolutely not know what they were talking about, and that it was immensely more work to do it that way. Yeah, group project's fun, right? but I just rolled with the flow because we're like, oh yes, it's gonna be very fast. But I just wanted to make stop motion projects, so I was like, yeah, don't worry, totally, it's gonna be extremely fast. We're gonna finish in 2 days, and yes, we'll be. And we ended up spending like 3 weeks trying to do the thing, and yeah, a lot of stuff. But for me, it was fun because it was a thing I wanted to do. But yeah, they found out the hard way that it's not as easy as it seems. But that's okay. It depends on what you're looking for. But I mean, whenever you're striving for someone, you know it's not for something, you know it's not gonna be easy. But yeah, group projects, they're a nightmare. Let me put this here so I can mix a little set of, well, yeah, not a new set of these things. Probably you get that too in programming and that sort of stuff too, right? Like there's always the, oh yes, I just need to make a new method and that method will do this and then the problem will be solved, right? And then you try to do it and you realize it wasn't as simple as you thought on first hand, because I don't know, the method will, the callback isn't working or whatever library is weird, and yeah, like programming can be also very wacky. I know a little bit of programming, but not too much. I learned it I made like a VR experience for a museum once, so I had to make a little bit of, I mean, most of it was not me fully programming, but I did have to dip into the code a little bit. But yes, it was like, so I have the hand tracking set and I need to make it so that the VR hand tracking responds to the position of the hand and that sort of stuff. I'm trying to make 2 things. One are some animations for my sprites in my game. Oh, you have a game! This one's 2D, the other one is, I want to make a neuro animation for one of the songs she sung on karaoke. That one could be 2D or stop motion. It depends on what you're looking for, because if you want to make something like Boom, it's more complex. You need a lot of 3D movement and that sort of stuff, so 2D could be very difficult, but also making a puppet would also take a lot of work. But if it's more like how she usually moves on karaoke streams, where she's just popping up and down and side to side, that would probably be easy enough to do. I don't know. It's all about what you're looking for. Is it for... Does Battle still do like game jam stuff? I don't know what's the deal with those game jams. I saw a long time ago that there were like game jam things that he did, but I never understood like the dynamic or when he does that, or if it was just like a one-time thing. Oh no, what am I doing? I'm adding too much silicone here. My brain glitch, and I was thinking on 4 grams, but that's what I do for a full hair strand and not for a covering of little strands here. Okay, that's better. He does them every subathon. Oh, that's cool. So is it something for that game jam thing? I didn't know that he made it on the subathons, because I think I started seeing that sort of stuff during the subathon, like during the long drive and stuff, because that was when I was getting like more involved with the neuro stuff. And yeah, I didn't know. I just saw clips and I thought they were like from years ago, but maybe they were fairly recent, like a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't know. But hey, that's cool. So is that why you're making it, Cloud? It's a plan for the subathon. 1. I don't think you can do game jams. Why don't you think you can do game jams? It's like too... don't work well under pressure, under high, like, speed. How to say it? Projects, that kind of stuff. My productivity is too inconsistent. Understandable, understandable. It's very mood dependent. One day I'll be grinding like there's no tomorrow and not sleeping apparently. And then next time I'd be doing something totally different. Oh yeah, so you're like that kind of person that's losing track and starting a new thing and always thinking of something new. Yeah, I've done that a lot of times too. I don't know how I've kept up with the Neuro-Sama so much without, I don't know, like straying away. Like the closest thing to just doing something else was Katiagon, but that was fairly simple. It was like a 2-day stuff. Well, I did spend a little bit of extra time. I was printing for like a week before the actual streams. I did a lot of upstream work there. But yeah, that's the closest I've been to like, yeah, to doing a wacky side quest. But it is fun. Like, it's sometimes you just the brain likes to I don't know, like decompress, do something else. I've also found it very useful, like whenever something goes horribly wrong here and then in the end I end up picking up Silksong and playing that just to decompress. I think it's very useful. It helps a lot to don't get overstressed or too focused on what went wrong, that sort of stuff. And yeah, I feel like it's even better because once you return, you feel a little bit more fresh. You can see stuff with a different set of eyes. And yeah, it's just, I feel like somehow it helps a little bit. Like, don't abuse it. Not like, oh, I'm a little bit stressed. Let's play Silksong for 5 days in a row now. I would love to do that too, but at the same time, what I would rather do is have the Neuro Puppet done, you know? I don't know, I've always been debating myself on how am I going to balance this stuff out, because I would love to actually do more streamer kind of things, like playing games and, I don't know, having collabs, doing fun stuff. But at the same time, I wouldn't like to neglect this project. That's why I spend so much time testing stuff out, because I think the key to being able to do both of those things at the same time and sort of making it a more enjoyable experience is finding out ways to make stuff faster. Like, oh yes, if I use a printer and, I don't know, make the mold that can make 4 hair strands at a time, that sort of stuff, well then I'm gonna be less stressed, and maybe a puppet will take me 40 hours instead of 100 hours, and yeah, that could be helpful. And that way, maybe in the future, at some point, I could be able to, you know, do more than one thing and have a little bit more fun with the streamer side of stuff. I hate this thing that it takes so long to dry, but at the same time, so little time to stop being usable. Because it becomes so thick and it starts to form like little rubbery bits here and there that are very annoying to work with, because they get stuck everywhere. They make irregular shapes. Yeah, like it's not nice at all. Sorry, I'm not... Well, give me a second, I'll give chat a look, but I've been... You know how I lock in whenever I'm doing this. At least you can force yourself to work. Well, it's an acquired skill, you know? I think I wouldn't be able to do this if I hadn't worked professionally for a studio for years where I needed to actually make stuff, or I was, well, I know I was never like fully threatened with being fired, but you know, there's a lot of pressure because a lot of people are counting on you, not only the studio itself, but it's like if you don't finish on time, then the construction department can't work on the new set, which is set to be done in this same space by next week. So you also need to hurry up on that. And if the construction cannot start, then the puppet department can also not start because there's some features that need to be implemented on the puppet that have to do with the set, that sort of stuff. So it's like a big chain and a very stressful one. However, I feel like people sometimes try to abuse that. And it's like, well, we need to finish it, so we need you to do like 50 seconds of animation today. And it's like, well, good luck with that, but it's just not possible unless you want some Cocomelon type of wonky animation. If you want the same quality of animation that we've been doing and we're looking for in this project, well, it's gonna take at least 3 days. And yeah, I mean, it's a just constant discussion and bickering. It's not in bad blood, but it's very hard when projects get so big and the scale is just... it's a lot of stress for a lot of people, you know? But yeah, the people who plan stuff out usually don't know how stuff is done. It's just like, well, I need the movie to be finished for March. So if I want the movie to be done on March, I need to do 50 minutes, or let's say 5 minutes of animation a day. So if we need 5 minutes of animation a day and we've got 10 animators, that means we need half a minute of animation for every animator every single day. And that's how we make this project. It's like, well, congratulations, you made basic maths, but that's not gonna solve anything, my guy. Yeah, like it's much more complicated than that. You can have one animator do 30 seconds in a day if it's like a medium shot on green screen and all he has to do is switch mouths. But if you're doing like an acrobatic shot where a character is walking and flying and jumping and crawling and dancing, that's not gonna be the same time frame as the medium shot, you know? And I feel like sometimes that's where the disconnect happens, because people of planning is like, oh yes, I'm a project manager and all this stuff, but I don't even know what the difference between silicone and resin is. And sometimes people are not even interested in learning about that. It's like, well, how do you plan to plan things properly? Okay, it's looking really good. Like the covering looks very even. Still very fresh. I see a lot of blobs forming, so I hope it doesn't like run down too much. Because I really like how the coating looks right now. Yeah, I guess from all that stressful work of, having very tight deadlines and stuff, I learned how to manage my time and account for it. You know what helped me a lot? Being able to account for my own time. Because yeah, when you're just doing stuff for the sake of doing it, it's like, well, I'll do it and I'll be done when I'm done. But when I was working on the animation, it was like they would actually, ask you. So this scene requires this and this and this. How much time do you think you need? And the first couple of times you screw up really badly, you'll say, oh, well, if it's like a 10-minute scene, then probably we're gonna need like a week and a half, I would say, right? And then you start doing it and you realize, oh my God, no, I screwed up. And this is like 2 months worth of work. But once you fail like that once, next time they ask you, you know for a fact that it's gonna take, I don't know, a month and a half or something like that. Like you might still screw up, but every time, because you are the one who's crunching the numbers, it goes a little bit tighter into what it actually is. So yeah, it might not be exactly the amount of time you presumed it to be, or it might not be shorter than what you planned, but at least you start to get an idea of how much time it takes realistically, Because there's a lot of stuff that's hard to account for, right? For example, in programming, if I tell you I need you to program this, it's not like the amount of time it takes you to program is just the amount of time your fingers need to tap the keystrokes. There's a lot of going back and forth with, oh, well, 2 months for 10 minutes is an overstatement, huh? Take that with a grain of salt. In the movie, I can tell you I worked in a 10-minute sequence. I think it's a 10-minute sequence that was actually cut down to like 2 minutes because I guess the movie needed to cut on stuff. And I think it was easily 6 months of work, where it was one of the most complex things I've ever worked on. It's I think I mentioned it a couple of streams ago to Roman that I was working on this huge dragon, and the dragon has 2 heads. And when I say huge, I say huge. He was taller than me, and I'm a pretty tall guy. So I had to control him with a system of pulleys, and I had to jump up and down the set in order to just make him move a little bit. And it was a lot of work. But it was one of the... there was only one character in a scene. It was like a... Let's say it's like a business meeting kind of thing. And in that meeting, there's like 10 different characters, and all of them are very, very different because they're like fantasy characters. So you have the dragon, and then you have like a little fairy, and then you have like an old man. And there's a lot of very different characters who all behaved extremely different and were rigged and operated very, very differently. So it was one of the hardest things I've ever worked on. I'm very proud of what it is. I hope someday they release like the full cut, because there's a lot of stuff that got taken out. But yeah, it was a lot of work. And that was, more than 6 months worth of work. Oh, Delphine, hi, I didn't see you there. Sorry, I was a little bit focused, on the applying stuff here. Out-to-body work resin is even worse. When small bits start to harden, you can pull. You like allocate more frames to more important scenes? I don't think you can. I mean, in the end, frames are just frames. Like seconds will stay the same. What you can do is sometimes you need extra frames. So I usually shoot stuff at 24 frames per second, but I usually take every single picture twice. And that what gives me is that it gives me a 12 frames per second is a decent space for movement. But then if I want a little extra oomph, I can not use the 12 frames per second, but go 24s in ones. Well, we call it in ones in animation. So you're usually animating everything in 2s, but then if you want a little detail to be very noticeable, you do that in 1s, and you can feel how that affects the texture of the movement and all that stuff. It's a very tricky thing that's more like you need to feel it and learn it coded into your brain. But it is very fun. I would say first start just working. If you've never animated before, you should start by just doing flat 12 frames per second, because that's like the healthy amount of frames to do. It's not a lot of work because it's less than animating fully on ones in 24 frames per second, and it's a frame rate that's high enough for the movement to be fluid. Like, you can go slightly lower. I've seen that a lot of anime go to 8 frames per second, but honestly, it's a little bit harder to achieve. Like, you need a little bit of mastery of movement and texture in order to do a decent 8 frames a second animation. So I would say just grab 12 frames per second and stick to it for a while, just to hard code your brain, like, this is how a frame feels. And you start to understand, okay, if a frame is this long and I'm doing this movement, maybe I'll do it in 12 frames. And you do it in 12 frames and you realize, oh no, that's terrible, it looks very slow. Okay, so instead of doing 12 frames, let's do the movement again, but let's do it in 5 frames or in 6 frames. And there you go, and it starts. And you start to understand and develop like an instinct on how much a frame is worth. And once you... John Swamp is amazing. I really want... If I could collab with any like random YouTuber or something in the world, I would love to collab with John Swamp, because just how awesome in-depth analysis he does on animation. And yeah, I've learned so much from John Swamp. I started looking at his videos when he was barely getting started, because the first things he did, or that's starting to make him blow out, were the Dungeon Meshi analysis videos. And yeah, I was looking at, like, I would always watch the episode and immediately look for the video to like watch the analysis after watching the episode. But yeah, John Swamp is amazing. Frame count isn't as important as it can seem, at least that's what it was about. Yeah, like, oh, yes, I think I know which one you mean, because there's like a big illness and big ailment in the world of anime intros, where they are all in 4K, 60 FPS and something like that, and it's very sloppy because it's not actual animation. It's the real animation, it's either in 12 or 24 frames per second, and all the other frames that are in between are digital slop things that are made. I wouldn't call it AI, because it's a technology that was here before AI arrived, but it makes it look sloppy and mushy, and it's very true, because a computer will just interpolate things very sloppily, very like, if this is point A and this is point B, well, then point C is in the middle. That's pretty straightforward, like 1, 2, 3. But reality and movement, there's a lot of texture involved in how stuff moves. That's what the very famous timing term means. So you don't want stuff to always move at the same constant frame rate or at the same constant distance in order to get to a point. If the movement is accelerating, well, you start slow and then you end fast. If the movement ends very fast, well, then you like, you start fast, but then you finish very abruptly. That's what you do for sort of a punch. Like, if you have a punch that slows down, it feels like you're going easy on your opponent. If you want to really punch someone, you really need to go straight up and have it crash hard against the other object, because you need the speed to be stopped in order to transmit the idea of the energy is moving from this object to this object, and now this object is paying the consequences. And back to work, cause your little evil way. All right. Yes, John Swamp is amazing. I really love John Swamp. In Hollow Knight, the background is animated in ones, but the NPCs and players animated in twos. Very interesting. Well, the thing is, the background is usually not animated by itself, right? It's not like hand-frame, hand-drawn animation. It's usually more the overlaying of elements in 3D, right? Like, the background animation, it could be either... I think you need to make a distinction there, Blue Cloud. analyze if what you mean with ones is just like the overlays of stuff moving like this, because you're walking and then the different planes of objects move like this. This is very important to look smooth, because if you run this in 24, well, in 2 and 12s or in 2s, it does feel a little bit choppy. So in stop motion animation, whenever you have like a camera rig that actually makes motion for you, there's a lot of machines that do that, and you can use them to, you know, tilt, pan, zoom, do all of that wacky stuff with the camera. When you have those, usually you keep the movement going on in ones, the camera movement, but your animation can work if you still only do it in twos. So sometimes when I would have like a complex shot where the camera would move around, I would have the camera moving around 1 frame at a time, but the object would move every 2 frames. And at first it sounds like that could be a problem and it could be wrong and wacky, but it's not. It works. And most of the time it works. There might be very specific cases, like very close shots or very complex motions where you don't need it, but honestly, it works really well. Now, I'm not sure if you mean, you could be meaning that with Hollow Knight, but it could also be if there's a background element, like, I don't know, I'm making stuff up, a cascade. Is it a cascade? Waterfall. If you have a waterfall in the background, or maybe sometimes there's like a character in the back doing their stuff, check that animation. Don't check the movement of the overlap of the objects, because that's, and the reason why that can very easily be done in one frame at a time is because it's something digital. It's the computer interpolating numeric values and doing that overlap very easily. And it's an emulation of the camera moving around and following your character. But take a look if there's any like actually individually animated element in the background, and that would be very interesting to find if there's one of those elements that actually runs 1 frame at a time. The other thing that could be animated 1 frame at a time, because it's also a digital effect that's not really someone personally moving every single one, is Hollow Knight has a lot of particles, right? Like you have little specks of pollen or glowy little orbs of beautiful light or whatever moving in the background, and it's not something that someone animated frame by frame. It's more of a particle effect that's being simulated by the engine, and that's why it's so easy to actually do it in 24 FPS all the time, very differently every single time, right? They're the same frame as the background. Yeah. But how about like elements, like, yeah, I don't know, if there's a character picking stone, or I think there's a mine or something, right? Yeah, like when characters are in the background, do they still behave at, and look at the movement, because they can keep moving like this, and this could be part of the overlap, but what you should look into is if the character itself moves. If the drawing, the line is moving slightly, usually that would probably be kept in twos, but it would be very interesting if you find an instance of that also going on ones, and I would like to take a look at that. I don't think characters are even in the background in Hollow Knight. Really? Never? Because, for example, in Silk Song, you have the gauntlets, right? And you'll have the gauntlets, and you're here with Hornet and fighting whatever's fighting you right now, and then in the background there's like the other characters. I remember that happening in the Slab. In the Slab, there was like the characters in the background, and they would start jumping to the front whenever you killed one of them in the little gauntlet. It's so something. I'm trying to think. I never played Hollow Knight, so I don't know exact moments, but I think that there has to be a moment where there's something going in the background. For example, the appearance of Radiance. That one happens very much in the background, right? But I'm not sure if it's more a particle thing, because like a big orb of light, you don't really see the shape. The Mantis Lords, but the Mantis Lords are so close that I wouldn't even consider it background, because they're just like 1 feet away from the plane of the game, right? No, the Mantis Lords, yeah, the Mantis Lords are the 3 cricket ladies, right? Well, Mantis ladies, I guess. There's brooding. Oh, what about the arena against the vampire? There's an arena versus a vampire, and then you have like an audience, don't you? But it's blurred in the background. I'm not sure what brooding Moloch is. Grim? Yeah. Doesn't Grim have like an audience? That would be interesting to see what the frame rate on the audience is, but I could bet my money that it's most likely like their movement is in twos. Their movement is in twos, but maybe the plane, because they're simple objects in the scene, right? So the object can still move around in ones, but the independent movement of the character of the figure would probably be in twos, maybe even on threes. I've seen a lot of video games where just as some sort of like a trope or I think it's something that started as a resource management system that was like, okay, if something's very far in the back, we'll run it at lower frame rate to make the game run a little bit quicker. But it sort of ended up becoming kind of like a texture kind of thing. Like, how to say it? No, texture is not the right. Yeah, like a general feel, a video game feel thing. So it's something that you still do, even if it's not necessary anymore, because the computer can run it fully. But it's part of the style now. It's like the convention, the style convention. And sometimes those elements could be even animated at a slower frame rate, like at 8s or 6s. Well, no, wait, 8 frames per second or 6 frames per second. And that's happened sometimes because, yeah, it's easier for the eyes to follow the things that move at a higher frame rate. And that way you don't get distracted with the audience moving too much, because you really need to lock in and focus on your character and the enemy, right? Queen Bee and Lord Fool are also characters in the background, but they're both dead. I think Grim's audience is in twos. Yeah, there you have it. Okay, so we got this. Let me set this up on the side. Ah, God. I struck the things against the side of the table and made a mess. Sorry, I'm patching up my mistakes out of frame because I moved this thing out of the camera, but right as I moved it, I slammed the side of the new hair strands against the table and lost a little bit of silicone there, but yeah. Gigahertz lurking, Queen Bee and Full Lord. Reams are in twos. So yeah, like that's cool little tricks that we use in animation. It's very fun. I feel like I can elaborate a lot better with that stuff when we are on animation streams. So I like workshop streams, but I feel like my concentration is a little bit too. It's very hard to keep up with the workshop streams because I'm usually working on stuff. But I'll tell you, when we do animation streams, I feel much more alive and active because I can actually think. I've done animation so much that I can animate while talking and being a little bit more, let's say, like explanatory and how or why am I doing stuff and all the methods and what's going on, all this stuff. I'm not sure if that's going to be the thing here because what I can tell you is that the sets I'm going to work on is a little bit tricky. It's going to be very close to the ground, so I'm going to be sitting probably in the ground. And I'm not sure if that's going to be very comfortable for animation, so I'm not sure if that will require a little bit more concentration than what I'm used to. But yeah, hopefully I'll still have enough of an edge to be able to talk to you without worrying too much about comfort and stuff. But yeah, like being comfortable when animating is very important. It helps you a lot. I've had very, very nice complex shots that I can make very easily because the puppet was easy to reach and work with. And then I've had very simple shots that like shouldn't have taken that long. That took me days just because it was very hard to accommodate into the scene because there's nothing, like I had to crawl to reach the puppet or had to do a lot of weird stuff in order to do it. So yeah, being comfortable as an animator is very important because you're already doing a lot of hard work. So if you add on top of that you need to do that while standing on one foot and clapping and spinning around, yeah, it just makes it less, it just makes it harder and it makes it slower for everyone. So always try to keep, if you're doing any sort of animation, try to make it so that you're as comfortable as possible, because you realize as much as you try, there will be something that's not optimal. So if you have that in mind, at least it's going to be the least complicated, the least elaborate possible. And that was a tip I learned from the one and only Barry Purves. Barry Purves is like a legendary stop-motion animator. I really, really admire that man. I think after Jiri Trinka, he was probably my favorite guy ever. And I met him at a festival, and he gave a masterclass and was just brilliant. That man he is absolutely insane. So he does a lot of, I feel like it's very artistic, his animations. It's very, I don't think it's not that. I think it's not for everyone. It's like they're usually not very commercial products, you know. He makes short films and stuff, but he's made some very impressive, incredible stuff. He made a short film as a homage to Tchaikovsky, I believe. So it's just like a little puppet, you know, directing an orchestra that isn't visible, but it's like you see the puppet just moving his hands and have the symphonies playing in the background, and it's all done inside of like a frame painting. So the frame is all like, so inside of the full frame of the scene, there's like the frame of a painting as if it was hung on a wall with like a golden leaf and all that stuff, and the puppet is standing in the middle of that, and it's such a beautiful animation, such a great piece of work. But yeah, that man's got such an eye for theatricality in animation. Like most of I think before he did a lot of opera things. I think there's 1 or 2 opera stories animated in stop motion with like kind of ugly puppets, like grotesque kind of things. But the love and care in every movement and the drama and all the stuff is really, really good. And they're very long short films, like half an hour short films. Yeah, Barry Purves is an absolute like goat of stop motion animation and such a magnificent artistic vision. It's just wonderful. I wanted to watch some Barry Purves animations at some point. However, that's kind of tricky. Well, it's not that fully tricky, but it's like, I'll tell you, Barry Purves animations can be like rated, I don't know the conversion of rating, but like R-rated or yeah, like they are bloody, they can be very sexy. I'm not scared by that, but I know the platforms can be scared by that sort of stuff. But man, the art, the craftsmanship, that man's insane. I think he was the actual reason why I made the Discord plus 18. The only reason why I said, or the main thing that went through my head when I said, yeah, we need to make the Discord server 18 plus, not because I wanted to have any sort of, yeah, the Discord is 18 plus. It's in the rules, I believe. And it's not because I wanted to have, like, you know, how to say it, like, you know, raunchy art or anything like that. It's because I know if I ever wanted to share a Barry Purves animation, I would need that disclaimer, and that's like the basis of how it came to be. And so the rule is, it is 18 plus. You can post whatever. Haven't read them. Yeah, understandable. It's, you know, it's more like a liability system. Like, you assume the responsibility that if you join here, yeah, you're not, like, it's not a, yeah, you're entering as a responsible adult, and whatever happens in the Discord is, yeah, like, up to you and that sort of stuff. I don't know, like, legal stuff, I'm not sure it's fully legal stuff, but that sort of stuff can be very tricky, and it's good to, you know, have everyone be liable for their own actions and not getting into trouble for, like, things that just could happen. But the general rule in the Discord server is you can post whatever you want. Yeah, like even, you know, crazy stuff, as long as it's sort of in the context of art. Like, if I wanted to post, I don't know, the painting of Saturn devouring his son, Saturn devouring his son by Goya? Is it by Goya or Greco? I think it's Goya. Just as an example, I mean, I think that one bypasses Goya. But I would consider it to be something like a little bit shocking, you know? So, but I wouldn't want to exclude that work to not have a place in the Discord. So the idea is you can post that sort of stuff in the context of art and the context of stuff. Even if you're working on some wacky piece of art and you want feedback, or that is valid. The only thing I ask for, what about references? And I think references wouldn't be, like, unless someone is asking for a reference, but I don't know, it can get risky. And I think that's something that, I mean, why would you share a reference? Oh, I mean, you mean like art reference, like a, yeah, like if you're just sharing a picture of a girl posing, I'm not sure. It would have to be in the context of the conversation. Like, you can just not drop any wacky nudes and just say, oh, it's for reference for everyone else, and just leave. It sounds weird. Maybe if it's like part of a conversation and someone is in the... but it's very delicate and it's very tricky, and that kind of stuff can get you into legal trouble. So I would like to keep it to the minimum and keep it, you know, civil. What the that's the thing, like, that can get you into a lot of legal trouble. You need a lot of clearance for that sort of stuff. So I would say probably not. If it's like a reference image from an art piece, it's valid, but if it's an IRL pic, it would need a lot of clearance. And yeah, like people would be, and also the other little note on that is that whatever you post, if it's anything risque, NSF for work, bloody, whatever, you just need to tag it as so. So I think there's an option in Discord. I don't know exactly how or why, but you can make something blurred out and just say explicitly, so this image contains some form of blood or some form of explicit nudity or something like that. And that way, if someone doesn't want to be involved in that sort of stuff, they can read it before clicking on the thing and actually watching the image. And that's about it. That's the approach I wanted to go with for the channel itself. I mean, I don't think I'm the kind of guy who propenses a community to go very, I don't know, like horny and stuff. But I wouldn't like to exclude certain types of artistic work from being, but it's, again, it has to be all in the context of arts and work and discussion. Like, there's a lot of very naked ladies in the world of art history, and but in the end, it's just art, right? And that's the kind of thing I was going for when I wrote the rules and stuff. Again, it's just very vague, but I feel that what we've made up till now, it's a very it's worked well as a community. We haven't had any sort of wacky issues and hope to leave it that way. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff that I have had to think on for a while. I've been thinking if there should be that sort of warnings and stuff for our streams too, though, because yeah, I don't know, like the internet is a wild place. A lot of stuff can happen, and I don't want to put anyone at risk, you know? But I never had to like sit down and actually think on that sort of stuff. Actually, I wanted to talk to Faye about that, see what she thought about, or how if she had ever thought about like community management type of stuff. Because, you know, like right now it's very chill. Our community, it is growing, but it's not like fully active, crazy, neurotic neurons. Like, we're not big enough yet. Well, we're much bigger than what I expected. Like, we have more than 50 people in the Discord, which I think it's a lot. That's more than a room full of people. But yeah, the activity is more moderate. Like, I feel like the active people in the Discord is, what, about maybe 7-12 people. Now there's Cha, there's Dibidaba, there's Yuka, you're Omo, right? Yeah, Omo. Nathan, for example, Nathan's got very out there stories that he wants to share, and it's sort of his art form, it's his craft. And I don't think it's wrong for him to share his stories as long as he gives fair warning to whatever he wants to, or that whatever he posts has that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's a place for him to share whatever he's working on, as long as it's not way too much. But I feel like it's more of a... So I think it's going for a certain vibe and tone on his thing. But yeah, I don't know. We only know like little snippets of what he's up for. But I wouldn't like that kind of stuff to just be blasted out because we don't take that kind of art here. He did mention Goblin Slayer. Yes, he did, but Goblin Slayer has... Well, I'm not sure. I haven't fully seen the thing. But I feel like Goblin Slayer, as crass as it could be, does have like a little bit of a philosophy behind it. Like, it's about, yeah, there might be big evils in the world, but what about there needs to be someone who takes care of the minor issues, because there are still issues nonetheless. Like, there's even a philosophical debate behind. I haven't seen the full show. I don't know a lot about it, but it feels like it's got a little bit of substance behind it. It's not just fan service, creepy fan service for the sake of creepy fan service, right? He did mention Goblin Slayer. I mean, it's definitely not Goblin Slayer. It's kind of the opposite of that, but you have to be doing a different direction with there being Goblin politics. And yeah. But there's a thing, like, there's an attempt to make something of value. It's not just horny fantasizing and that's the end of that, you know? So yeah, that's the philosophy behind which I kind of designed, if you call it that, you can call it that, the Discord to work on there. It was very weird. Like, back then, that was a suggestion from Robotic Automaton. Robotic Automaton is one viewer that we had for the very beginning of a stream. Like, he was here for a very, very long time, since the start of our streaming journey. I think he's been busy lately, but he does lurk every once in a while. But he's the one who was suggesting that we should have a Discord server, especially because back then, a lot of people didn't get notified that we were live. So the Discord was very helpful to just send a little ping that, hey, we're live. You can log in and check us out right now. And I didn't have like constant, well, I still don't have a very constant schedule, but before it was like, maybe we'll have a stream this week, maybe we won't, because I was in the middle of the Corpo Incorporated jobs and stuff. And I never knew what could happen. I think, fortunately, it never happened that I had to like kill a stream in the middle of something. Like, all right, so I've got to do some stuff. I'm gonna end stream right now. I'm sorry for ending so abruptly and leave. I think that that fortunately never happened. I did have to, I don't know, go see if somebody rang the doorbell, that sort of stuff. But I never had to end stream because a job just appeared out of nowhere. I do like good world building. I do like world building too. That's why I try to poke Nathan. Like, it's never ill-intentioned, but I love, like, okay, so this is your world, but what happens if the one who inflicted against the law is another goblin? Or what happens if the jurisdiction where the goblins are trying to get more involved in doesn't agree with the jurisdiction of goblins? Not only because it's a different society or racism or whatever, but also because, yeah, like the conception of kill a goblin, birth a goblin is barbaric for any other like civilized community. I think it would be considered barbaric. And how, if you as a civilization want to be considered a civilized community against the other communities, what are the measures? How are they trying to dissuade them? What's the deal, right? You cannot come one day and it's like, well, you know, the daughter of the guy that we kidnapped last week is now property of the goblin government because of a mistake the guy did. It doesn't make sense. Like, if I was the other country, would be like, well, screw you. I'm not gonna give you a random citizen just because something happened outside my borders. That's not my problem. And how do you plan to sell yourself as a civilized community if you're doing that sort of stuff? So that's why I try to poke holes at him. It's not that I'm mean or anything. I like that about world building. Poking holes, finding what's weird, what's the logic behind it, what motivates characters to do that sort of stuff. Yeah, I really love that. I do love that. It's very fun. It's like a good, nice little exercise. All right, so how's this guy doing? When did we do this? It was at 11:55. It's been 20 minutes. It already feels kind of hard. So maybe I could open it. 11:55, and it's been 15 minutes, which is very little time. If this is ready, that means we can make all the hair strands today. If it's not, then I just wasted a hair strand. Doom. But yeah, so yeah, it's kind of art out there. It's an art that probably not everyone will enjoy because it's not everyone's cup of tea, Goblin Slayer. But I wouldn't like to just shun it out of the community because it's too edgy or too whatever. So yeah, that's kind of my philosophy for the community. How's it going? What's away for a bit? Oh, it's going all right. We're about to open our first hair strand of the day, and talking about sort of like, how did we end up talking about this? Like, we were talking about the limitations of the Discord and that sort of stuff, but I don't know exactly how we arrived at that topic. Mostly the idea of, well, yeah, like, I don't mind there being... Oh, it'll begin because I just mentioned that the Discord is 18 plus, and the conversation went out from there. And it's like, it's not that I'm going for a very crass thing, but it's more like I do want art to be able to be posted and shared, as long as it's in context of art. And there's a lot of very naked women in the world of art history. So yeah, you mentioned this animator. Oh yeah, Barry Purves. We were talking about Barry Purves, which is a very, very good animator he makes amazing stuff. But yeah, some of the short films that he made are very out there and very 18 plus, either violent or sexual and that sort of stuff. But it's amazing art. It's absolutely amazing art. And that's how I started talking about that, because whenever I was designing the Discord rules, it was thinking about Barry Purves' stop motion stuff that I thought, yeah, I need to make this 18 plus just for the sake of not getting into trouble, but at the same time being able to share stuff. Anyway, hello Dibadaba. I wonders why such is the case. I didn't bring a bottle of water today. It's probably downstairs. I'll go get it real quick. Give me a sec. I need to hydrate or dihydrate. Okay, so yeah, let's make another hair strand now. Hey, who's that? Joe bro, how goes from Joey Milline 7641. Hello, welcome to the bro shop. It's going along. We are currently working on hair strands for Evil, and we just finished the 10th one. We need 18, so we still need 8 more. Yeah, that's about it. It's been today I think it's gonna be a very chill day, but yeah, welcome to the workshop. I'm not sure if you're new. I think I haven't seen you before, so welcome in case you're new. So yeah, I usually stream whenever I can, just to show the process, share it with people. I think there's a lot of stuff that just people don't know how to do. Whenever people want to do Neuro's hair is done? No, Neuro's hair is not done. The reason why I started with Evil's hair is that if anything goes wrong or anything's not perfect, I can make Neuro's hair a little bit better. Because Evil's hair is a little bit darker, so it can hide the defects a little bit more easily. But the brighter hair in Neuro, if there's any defect, it's going to be very easy to spot out. So that's why I've been trying to do first Evil, so I can find out if there's any issue with, oh, there's like this seam here, or the silicone looks kind of weird in this part, that sort of stuff. I want to keep it all in check before making Neuro. I already screwed up once with the hair with Evil. So I should, yeah, like, be careful, because this stuff that I've made a couple of 3 weeks worth of work mistakes here, and it happens, but we're improving a lot. I think the workflow is changing a lot, but hopefully that will lead to more and better puppets in the future. Poor Evil. Yeah, I know. You hadn't seen it? I hadn't noted. Yeah, here it is, Dividaba. I thought you already seen this one. It was like the massacred Evil hair. It looks almost decent. It didn't have all these gashes back here. But in concept, I think it was okay, but yeah. One, two, three. Yeah, I think it's gonna be quick. Now that I've figured out this, I think making hair strands doesn't take a lot of time. We already have all the hair strands that we need, like in the coating of silicone, the first layer, but we still need to do the main cast for most of them. Well, not most of them, actually, a little bit less than most. So I just realized I didn't do my math properly, and when I said it was 20 minutes, it was actually 1 hour and 20 minutes. So we did go a little bit slow on the other cast, but that's just because I got distracted yapping about art. And yeah, and also I don't know if we're gonna collab with Faye today. She didn't tell me anything. So, I mean, it could happen. Knowing her, she might send me a message like 5 hours from now, just like, hey, wanna play? Okay. So, I don't know, it's gonna be a random stream. I just don't have a thumbnail ready for. Because I don't even know if we're gonna play anything, what we're gonna play, but I'll make something. I'll make like a very flat thumbnail that just says I couldn't make a thumbnail for this video because Faye didn't tell me in time. and just do that. Kawaii AI. Okay, ready? Chikibriki, it's 120. Hawaii. I just don't know what the kanji means. I guess it's Sama, probably? Neuro-Sama kawaii? I don't know that, I'm just assuming. Haku haku sa kisete kure. Ah, goddamn. No, it's not ku, is it? Haku haku hagu hagu sasete. You got it? Yeah, Ariana, you got it. Yeah, I do know how to read a little bit of Japanese, a lick of Japanese. Agu agu sasete kuru. Agu agu sasete kuru. Don't know what that means. And then there's a kia. Kure. Oh, it's re? Oh yeah, Ru is the other one. Yeah. Ru is like an H kind of shape. It's just two vertical lines and one has like a little tail. Okay. Let's check on that in 20 minutes. So I don't know what we can do in between castings right now. Anyway, back to the topic in question. Da-da. problem. Dude. Okay, so we got this. We're gonna have to wait a little bit to make the other one. That's number 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, we're fine. I guess we could start cutting them up. Yeah, I could even work on that. Yeah, okay, let's do that. So we can start getting stuff done for this guy. Why do I always end up starting stream late and I always still don't have enough time to do the things I was planning? So I wanted to take a couple of measurements on how long each of the strands should be, because last time I was just kind of winging it, and I think that was part of the problem of why some strands ended up a little bit longer than others. I would like to be a little bit more uniform, because Evil and Neuro's hair, it all ends more or less at the same height. And I would like to have that this time. But in order to do that, I need to measure and make a lot of little measurements here and there. Yeah, we could even cast this guy today, who knows. Neuro. Okay, that's enough. Yeah, this song is also used in like every single video I ever see. There's no way we get blasted for this one, right? About that. No, YouTube's been so annoying with that stuff. I've already sent this one down. No, we haven't sent this one. Or filed down this one, actually. Going around the street today and doing stuff and stopped by in a store to get some metal wire, which I'm now messing. See how it behaves. That sounds interesting. Yeah. Share me your findings. But just like electric copper wire, because you were the one who was talking about maybe using like hair made out of copper, right? We'll do a little trolling. Got just some thin hot dip galvanized steel, because that's what they had. Okay, galvanized steel. How do you know the gauge? Gouge? Is that the word? Like how thick is it? The ones I have, the one we mainly use for the hair strand is caliber 24. But I also got 26 and 22. Just way more strict with copyright, but it's great for discoverability. Yeah, I think that's, well, I think the deal with YouTube is, in the end, my end product is videos. Like, I love streaming, and streaming is the thing that I do the most, but in the end, the final product after all of this work is a video. I can't just have a video on Twitch. Well, you kind of can, but it's not as good as having it on YouTube, you know? So yeah, that's why even if Twitch has been much better for me lately, and it's more comfortable with what music I can get to use and all that stuff, I still want to keep YouTube around, because yeah, that's where the final animation's gonna be anyways. I don't know gauges, but it says 0.7, so it's kind of thick. I think this one's 0.4. Let me get my calipers. Where's my roll of stuff? 0.7. So this one I have is 0.4. So maybe yours is like the 26th gauge. Let me check. I'm gonna go get it. Just so we are on the same page, whatever your research leads to, I'll know what the closest equivalent of what I have is. You said it's galvanized steel? Now, galvanized steel tends to be way too hard. I usually don't go with galvanized steel for animation, because even in those thin presentations, it's way too hard to animate. Sometimes, yeah, galvanized tends to be much harder than this one. This one's just regular steel, or stainless steel. and it's much smaller, or much softer. Depends on what you're doing too, but hold my finger. So yeah, here's a caliber 22. Yeah, I think you're going even thicker than this, because I got a 22 here and it's 0.62. So maybe you're a caliber 21 or 20. Oh god, I'm bleeding. Got that. Da, 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 da. Stupid wire. Oh my god, I'm bleeding a lot. Just from a little poke. Get some alcohol, but not isopropyl. I should have some alcohol. I probably should have some sort of first aid kit here, just for good measure. Good sir, yeah. Some rubbing alcohol here. Da, da, da. Da 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 dum da dum. So what are we talking about? Galvanizing doesn't add much stiffness. Then maybe, I don't know what's the other one. Like there's another one that's very strong. I don't know which one that is. I always thought that was galvanized steel. Oh, I can actually show you. Maybe I have some of what I assumed was galvanized steel wire here. Just hope I don't poke myself again. Yeah, this one says galvanized. And I've got, yeah, 20 gauge. Let me see if I can just take it out of the box. So I have a box full with different wires, because I always buy wires whenever I see stuff. Because, like, you never know when you're gonna use it. Yeah, this wire, I feel like it's way too strong. So this seems to be the same as the one you're used, well, the one you're telling me. It says here, yeah, galvanized steel, and just let me check if it fits 0.7 mils. .75, maybe a little bit thicker than yours. But this one, personally, I think it could be useful for something like sort of a prop. But for fingers and that sort of stuff, it might be a little bit overkill. Well, it's a big character, maybe. Now, how do I take it out of the... I'm guessing like this. Don't want to poke my finger again. No. So this wire, you can see it's very thick. So this kind of wire, I tended to use them a long time ago. Back when I sculpted stuff instead of printing them, I would use it as structure for sculpting. Because yeah, when you're sculpting, you needed stuff to not move around. But in animation, you actually need stuff to move around. Doesn't add much to just layer sync for corrosion protection, but the thing I'm trying to do is weave in wire into a sculpture, so the important things will be how good I can get to shape it, how it stays in shape. Yeah, then that will be probably useful. Yeah, I did use this for sculpting before, but, well, it's fairly thin, so it's still, like, usable. I think I would use this if I ever needed to make some sort of, like, a flag, because it could hold the weight of the flag, probably, and you can still make very interesting shapes with it. But for a puppet, it feels a little bit too stiff. Yeah, imagine a little flag like this, just waving in the wind. But any steel can be galvanized. Still, different steels can differ strength by a factor of 10. I think that's a problem. Like, how do you... If there's different types of steels, and usually people don't elaborate on which type of steel they're selling you, it's a little bit hard to find the right thing. It's more of a feel thing, right? Yeah, for sculpting, this is pretty decent. I think it will help you. Steel wire is most likely just unalloyed milled. So the weakest type there is. Maybe that's why I find it useful, because it's so weak that it's easy to bend. So it's been... how long? We made it 25 minutes. Let's see how it's doing. I need a new pair of gloves, though. I need a new chair. Still need some time. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Dum, dum, dum. Okay. Got this too right now, which I can in a couple of minutes spray with a little bit of acrylic stuff to get the little glossy finish. And I need to measure how long the strands need to be. Other than that, that one's still cooking. It feels like it still needs a little bit of time. So we've been half an hour. Let's give it a feel. Yep, still needs some time. How about this guy over here? The strands that we just made. A little bit better than the other ones, but they do also need a little bit more time. But we could add the spray paint here and maybe just start preparing the hairpiece for the casting here, which is going to be very scary, but okay. 3 kilograms of turkey. What do you mean 3 kilograms? weeks of meat secured, sous vide, prepared meat. Can sit for 2 weeks just in fridge and years in freezer. Wonderful for meal prep. Awesome. I mean, 3 kilograms will not last. Well, will not last years in my fridge. Probably a week at most. Yeah, that sounds good and delicious. Did you leave it cooking overnight? Mm-mm-mm. 4 hours ago, I bugged it and set it up. Didn't you do that? So this is the second turkey you do? Because you said it was gonna cook for 4 hours also. Like, yeah, yesterday, right? Or am I having a deja vu moment here? No, you did say that yesterday. Or did you make 2 turkeys? Or you just didn't do it yesterday and ended up doing it 4 hours ago? That sounds delicious. So, okay, so I want to spray the things here. See how that goes, and we can start preparing. I'm probably gonna have to set up the computer in order to read the whatever I planned here. Cut it up and spiced the meat. Oh, okay, so you left it marinating for 4 hours and then baked it for another 4 hours, something like that? Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, that sounds great. Sounds really, really great. Bum 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 bum. $301 veggie mix, 100 grams turkey, 50 black rice. I like your very mathematical approach to your meals. When I cook, it's some of this, a bit of that, a few handfuls of those. I think both approaches are very valid, but yeah, I don't know. I think I also do stuff more with my gut, but it depends if you're just like cooking something casually or if you're actually trying to make something a little bit more fancy. Then I stick a little bit more to the recipe, and I think I do it once, see how it turns out, and then I start tweaking a little bit. But yeah, if it's something new or something more elaborate, I do go a lot by the numbers and then start to change stuff once I kind of figure it out. The muscle, so I have to calculate what I eat. Oh, okay, so you're doing the whole lean cut stuff, whatever gym bros do. Yeah, I know people who do that. Okay, so that's still waiting. Oh yeah, we're gonna do... Oh, we're spraying the mold. I just need to wait a little bit more. A little bit overboard with that layer of resin here. Da-da. So let me open Maya so I can check the files also. Just need to see how long each hair strand needs to be. Okay, so now let me bring in this guy and start cutting up all the little hair strands here. Hello. I think the no sleep stuff is getting to me. You're starting to fall asleep. Yeah, maybe you should. Well, you did have a nap last time on stream, so maybe yeah, your sleep schedule is a little bit wonky. But yeah, maybe you could have some rest. Unless you're busy right now doing stuff, but I think yeah, you're in spare time right now, right? Or are you at work? And starting to get drowsy. That's gonna be a problem. We will. Hi, Yelani. Nap time. Yeah? Enjoy your nap. So, what's up, Jelen? Yeah, we're making our hair strands. We're currently waiting for hair strand number 11 to come out of the mold. And in the meantime, I'm cleaning some of the ones that are already set. How's progress? Back to single strand molds? Yeah, well, we could do a couple of experiments on our spare time, but it's just not working. I was thinking maybe while we're doing stuff, we can, like, we're making strands. We could do another test to see what happens if we reduce the silicone with more of the oil and that sort of stuff. But yeah, right now we've been doing it with the mold, and it's been pretty fast, honestly. Like, it's already made half of the strands in one day, less than one day, because we did struggle the first part of the day yesterday. And yeah, it's been going all right. So might not be the most efficient system, but it's a system that works for us right now. But yeah, maybe if I have some spare time in the middle of castings, we could try again the other mold. I don't know, doing a regular skin flesh colored casting with more solvent or something like that. Stuff like that could lead to interesting results. Oh my god, I'm doing... that was not pretty. Okay, it's okay. We will survive. Okay. There's number 2. What's the mystery of failed silicone? What was the mystery? I don't know. I think... so the thing is, it was... oh, the failed one of the other day? I think I just didn't add catalyzer. Maybe I got distracted and just never added catalyzer, or I might have screwed up and used resin catalyzer instead of silicone catalyzer, and well, then the reaction was not... just didn't take place. Could be either or, those two. Maybe if I looked at the VOD I would be able to tell, but I don't know. Maybe I didn't even do it on screen. I'm very good at not showing on screen what I'm doing, right? I'm gonna crash out. They haven't sent the printer. That's sometimes it can be a little bit slow. Did you buy it on the official site, or what was it? Amazon, eBay? I mean, any cubic. Whenever I bought things, I usually don't buy from the official website because I need to buy from like more local providers. But when I got the last printer I bought, watchers, please investigate. Sleepy Demon Goat, do your thing. Official seller, but it can be a home. Oh, yeah, you told me. Ah. Oh, man. Then that's a problem. Can you change the delivery for... to pick it up at some sort of post office, something like that? I don't know how much of a problem could porch theft be in Poland. I wouldn't. I would definitely not want my new printer to get silicone is on the way, though. Gonna pick it up tomorrow. What silicone did you end up buying? Was it a smooth on thing? Oh, I haven't sent you the model. I'll do it. So I'm gonna check the computer in a minute. So maybe I can send you a model while I'm at that. $25 hardness, but is it like a specific brand? Is it a local one? Is it a smooth on one? $25 hardness, 100 to 3 catalyzing one. So then it sounds like a tin cure. And it doesn't sound like smooth on then. That's good. Cool. Alright, I'll go send the model in a minute. Just got one more of these. God. hardness 25. Hardness, yeah, local one. Around 12 per kilogram. That sounds good. And what's your plan precisely for the sickle? You want to test the mold we made? The wider tricks. Okay, yeah, sounds fun. Good to have another R&D department. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. We need 2 more. We'll be ready to. Prezi, hello. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so let's see if this one's seems solid enough. I love it though. We can be careful. Just leave it aside for a while. That way we can cast another one. Plus the experiments in the same time. Yeah, that would be very helpful. So the thing is probably by the time you start making the experiments, probably the hair will already be finished. But it would be good to know for the future, for future puppets and future designs. What the hell is going on? Didn't turn out great. Maybe I opened it too soon. It's okay, but it's very sticky. Should have probably been a bit more patient here. Okay. The last puppet, so I'll help either way. Definitely. Yeah. I like that spirit. Yes. One more. How much can silicone stretch again? For example, if the membrane over the root... Wait, give me a second. I'll test right now. I probably have something around here. I think this one has... No. I'll get you the info in a bit. Wasn't today supposed to be fake collab? Yes, but she hasn't said anything to me. So there could be a fake collab later. She usually streams at night. So I don't know, she might send me a message, I don't know, and then in the middle of the night, and then we'll do the collab, but I'm not gonna stop working because of that. I really need to start, you know, hurrying up. So yeah, if we get a collab, which we might, we'll all just set it up and move real quick to the other computer, but if not, I'll just, yeah, do my own stuff as always. So we'll see what happens. There's not a lot of deep planning here. It's been a mess. Remember when you turned Goberlingo into a tower defense game? Yeah, I do remember that. Oh god, it's running too fast, it's going too fast. Ah! Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. What the hell? Last one was very slow and this one's very fast. I think we are safe. This one looks good. Ooh, that's okay. Okay. 3 to 1, Chicky Bricky. Well, you can't turn it into tower defense. What if you type the code BTD7 when? You can play as many minions as you want with no cooldown. Oh, cool. So I don't have silicone around the wires to keep them separated. I have to construct each hair strand from from 3 wires and from a ladder-like structure tied together. Try another thing at first, but like this one more. Okay. Ladder structure. And you can send it to a Discord because I would like to see how you make the support structure in the middle. Maybe I could learn something from that. Oh wait, I need to clean my cup. Once are curing silicone, it takes time, mess up preparations, and it could mess up timings. Did I say that? Plants are like curing silicone, it takes time, mess up preparation, and it could mess up timing. Yes, it is. Okay, so here we go. Now, let me go check. I think I could send the files just so that Grandy already has it in hand, but I'll see if it's light enough so that we can put it on the Discord, hopefully. Ah, god damn. You see, this glove was brand new. Spacing of the wires pretty accurately. Yeah, like that sounds very interesting, but how do you make it? Because a ladder structure sounds like a lot of twists and turns and kind of hard to keep control of. Okay, I'm on the other computer right now. Let me see if I can send the model into Talking Shop. Where did I leave the file? Typing. Prototyping. Hair mold. Hair strand. No, this is not the one. It's this one. Hair V2. Okay, let me see if it's 2.4 megabytes. Is that too much for Discord? Made it through. All right, so there you have it. There's a model already in Talking Shop, in case anyone needs it. It's a lot of twists and I'm starting to feel it in my fingers. Yeah, and also your wire was way harder than this one. 4 twists per cent. Whoa. Oh no, so you're making like a full-on yeah, it's almost like cloth. You're knitting the wire then. Yoink. Please be my guest. Models acquired. Good. Let me know if you make any change or tweak it or something. Yeah, that would be good to know. Okay, so we got this one. This should be standing up. This will probably stay like this until the end of lunch. We can cut some more. Oh, the good thing is I can open ground control on the other computer, so even if I'm not in the camera, I can still read your chats from over here. And I guess you can hear me, right? Not that far from the computer. John Smith, hello, welcome John Smith, how you doing? How's it going? The wire is a bit scary. I'm squeezing my eyes shut when I pull the wire through my fingers to straighten it. Because when it slips out, it whips around. I don't want that to hit me. Oh yeah, it's like the wire just goes too fast when... Like this one, that the spool starts like spinning uncontrollably if you don't hold it properly or something like that. How about safety goggles? Don't you have any security glasses? Just for good measure. So I'm not in camera right now, John Smith, because I'm checking some stuff in the computer. I need to measure how long the hair strands are in the other... How long the hair strands are in the mold, so I can know for sure if this will work. So you're making the hair right now? Yes. Isn't it in the title? Isn't it pretty evident in the title? Hair is a hair is a hair is a hair is a hair. Oh, and while we're at it, I need to grab the molds from the safety gear in the workshop. Nah, what? It does come handy at some point. So yeah, we're doing the hair. It's the same thing as before, just making hair strands individually and stuff. But right now I want to measure how long do the hair strands need to be. Just for good measure, you know? Okay, so I need someone to write down. I'm gonna throw some messages in chat so I can keep track. Okay. Next week from return to job, 3-week vacation was... Oh, okay. So you need to hurry up with the painting. How's the diamond painting going? Gonna have to hurry with that one then. 85. Said I have 4 twists per centimeter. Got that wrong. It's actually 4 half twists. Still a lot per centimeter. Back again. Oh yeah, always said when vacations ends. Yeah. No progress. I was resting from the last 2 days. After 14 hours with him, my neck was not happy. Okay, understandable. Let's transbeam. This one should be the longest ones. What? Oddly enough, these ones are not the longest ones. Oh, because I'm the same length. It's just a matter of math. All right. Just go back to those messages. Need them. And that way we can assemble our hair. Probably not right about now, but soon. Maybe, just maybe, we'll have our very first hairpiece today. Are you agreeing with that? You know what could make Neuro nail cure if they were chubby? Yeah, I don't think so. I think they're cute as they look. But this is my opinion, though. dun. Okay, so now we cast another one. I'm agreeing with Mariana's measurements. Oh yeah, noted. So we've got the the measurements already. We still need to make 2 more hair strands, clean them up. Those feed them. As kids would call me out the moment I say that, lol. It does sound a little bit sus. Wait a second. This arrangement is probably not official and it probably will get us in trouble. And it's been playing for 21 minutes already. God damn it. All right. My second ladder strand came out pretty nice. Send a picture. Oh, awesome. Let me take a look. Da, 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 da. Oh, wow. Yes, that looks pretty interesting. I feel like that probably would be too strong to animate, especially because the forces would be distributed unevenly. Like the places where the twists are would probably be stronger than the places where they are not. So if you try to make a bend, I think it would give like this pixelated feel. I know you can arrange them after a couple of passes, but I'm not sure how strong is it to bend around. It was even a stronger wire than before. I do like a lot the way you braided the top. Looks really clean. But yeah, you're doing this for a sculpture, right? Look, you're making a chainmail. Yeah. Alright, age concepts work differently with them, so who am I to judge? Vettel doesn't approve sus stuff. I respect it, but it can stop anyone. And won't stop anyone. Yeah, that's true. Make 90 centimeters of wire on it, I ended up with 17 centimeters strand. 10 roots for attaching. It's pretty easy to bend around and shape, corkscrew twists and all. Alright, interesting. So it doesn't feel like it's irregular whenever you try to bend it? Doesn't it look like easier to bend on one side and kind of a little bit harder to do on the other side? Just wondering, because it looks like an interesting system. Because maybe something like that could be done. The thing is, it would be a lot of work. Like doing that for 18 hair strands would probably take me weeks. But either way, it's interesting. You know, I've always wondered on this sort of systems for characters that have like longer hair. For example, Fillion. Fillion's got like massive freaking twin tails. Are they twin tails? I think they are. Like Hatsune Miku, kinda. Very huge, very long. And yeah, making a structure for that, probably a simple wire like this will not cut it. So I've always wondered what systems can be used to, yeah, like bend the wire, keep a little bit of volume, that sort of stuff. So that's what you're doing could probably be useful. I'm not for certain, but I would like to test it out at some point. Who else got like a massive mane? We already were talking about that. Raora maybe, Buff Pup, that's it. Tails, also tails. I feel like they're gonna be tricky if I do like fluffy, big, puffy tails. Those also need a lot of material, and I'm not sure how well it will work. Needs to be twisted. Fillion has at least 2 hairstyles, with twin tails and without. Oh well, that's good. Like making her with the shorter hair would definitely be easier. But anyway, eventually we'll stumble onto someone who has a big mane. Henya's also got pretty long hair. Give me fever dream flashback, House of Leaves.
Yeah, like a simple singular braid bends a lot to the sides, right? And the basic two-wire strand, but it uses more wire. Not hard to make specific width. Yes, 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 I understand what you're talking about. Maybe you could also help me figure out a better way, because I feel like I've always struggled a lot with how to braid the hands. Because what I do is I try to make a braid to make the palm, and that's very useful because it allows you, so you have like a little mesh here inside of the palm, and that allows your hand to do this sort of movement that's very, very organic, and you can do a lot of interesting stuff. I think I did show this on stream, but maybe you weren't around that day. Let me see if I still have the hand somewhere around here. I did grab a hand and I just peeled all the silicone off so you could see how it was done. And it's worked. It works pretty decently, but I've always felt like my process of making the braids is not the best. Let me see if I can find it though. Throw it away. Here it is. Let me zoom in the camera. So yeah, I'll show you like hand, like full on hand. And this is how it behaves on the inside, kinda. So it's 10 little wires that go in the middle, and I have them braided like down here all the way to the top. I'd rather start a little bit lower, because if you don't start, if you start too high, you won't have a clear space to do like wrist movements, you know? So this is very useful for having that range of mobility of doing this. Sometimes I feel it's a little bit of overkill, but I think it's worth it, because also if you have it right on the edge, it will probably damage itself if you bend it too much. Like if you do this a lot, which is a very common movement, and the joint or the wire starts right at the end of the bone, yeah, you're gonna be making a lot of tension. And if you have a little extra space, the inner wire can bend. Instead of so sharply, it can make more of a curve, and that's kind of easier for it to withstand. But yeah, so this is the general idea. You have like a braiding system that goes up. Then you sort of, in one of the braid layers, you release the thumb to the side. And then you continue doing 1 or 2 more loops of the braiding. And then you finish with the fingers, the individual fingers. It's just like 2 hair strands, or 2 wires that you twist by themselves into the finger itself. And this system has been working for me pretty well. However, whenever I see this, I just look at it and it feels like it might have been a little bit messy. Maybe my process of braiding the wires can be clumsy because I don't have a lot of experience braiding stuff. So yeah, maybe we can spitball this one too. We're not making one right now, but we probably are going to be making some soon for, you know, Evil and Neuro. So we're going to be making at least 4 of these. And yeah, if we improve the process, that could also be very helpful. Did I show it on camera? Because maybe I was just talking by myself and not showing anything. Put this here, you'll be able to see it more clearly. Yeah. That's kind of the system I've been working on. I think it works really well, but I think it could be tweaked or perfected a little bit. But also, yeah, I'm definitely very, very clumsy when it comes to making this part. I have ideas. Probably do a basic triple braid for the wrist, then add more wires so you have 10 in total for the palm and fingers. Okay, so it's, I think 3 honestly would be too weak. I'll be honest. John, the Twitch user. Oh no, is this more Bowberry art? And of course it had to be of course it had to be DeviantArt. I'm gonna open this against my own better judgment. Oh, okay, so it's a full-on album. Luke 1792. Oh, this is the same ones we saw before, I think. Do you want the fingers twisted like that? I think it's helpful because if I'm not sure if you have any other suggestions, but having the twisted fingers helps because it gives the silicone a little bit more grip. Like there's a lot of crevices for the silicone to hog around the wire, because if you only have the single strand of wire, it will be hard to work with, you know? But having a single, like 3 strands back here of this wire could be a little bit too weak. I'm not sure if I have one. So here, what I do is this back here, you have this little bit of glue here, and back here we change to a thicker wire, which is this one. So this wire is the main wire for the arm itself, and then just join it to the other strands to make the palm. So if the 3 wires that you were thinking are more for the arm itself and supporting the arm, yeah, like, and actually it's just, well, it transitions to a thicker wire because the elbow really needs more support, especially when you're grabbing props or interacting with physical objects, which happens a lot here. You need the elbow to be able to support it, because if you make the elbow only able to hold itself, it's gonna work well, but whenever you put a harpoon on top of the hands will fall down because they cannot handle the weight. So I usually like to have more support on the elbow, on the shoulder, that sort of stuff. You see your number, so maybe 3 double twist ends for the wrist. What did you call it? Maybe because that's been my closest encounter with the artistic current, with the artistic movement of the Bowberry art. Just remembering, I wanted to mention that the damaged androids from Peripetia remind me of your puppets without faces. Let me Google those real quick. Oh my god, I cannot see. Peripetia. I cannot find any, like, well, maybe this one. Yeah, it does look like a puppet without a face. That's how they will look now with the mechanisms. They're gonna feel even more uncanny. Like one eye and one empty socket. Yeah, I know. It was you who put the links on Twitch. I did realize. Yeah, no, you are John Smith and John the Twitch user at the same time. I know. Oh god. I'm Polish, immersive sim games. I love sims. I don't even know what an immersive sim game implies. That's a prank? You think it's a prank? Like, I saw it a mile away. Back to painting, that will take a while. Alright, good luck with the painting. Okay, so we got this, we got that. Second. Oh, it's kind of late. Maybe I should go have lunch. Yeah, that way that one can have a little bit extra time. If it needs, because the last one was a little iffy. And like Deus Ex or Cyberpunk. I did play Deus Ex. Oh wait, but you can do thing in tens of different ways. Okay, okay. I did play just a very little amount of Deus Ex back when I was young. Like, you know, the kind of playing at a friend's house kind of game. So I never got the full hang of it. And I never played Cyberpunk. Well, I like the concept of giving you options. Yeah, so maybe I should go have lunch. So we can wait for that. We can set up for the hair strands and for the piece here. And what else do we need? Yeah, just wait for this to dry a little bit. And who knows, maybe we can start even working on neural hair today. That would be interesting. Sometimes Deus Ex sounds like... That is true. I'll be careful with what I say. I don't want to get blasted by Twitch for saying something. Right, Peripecia was a game demo where I couldn't figure out the exit door in the first room one. Is it the lane game? Because I did see a couple of lane images when I was googling Peripecia. But well, okay, so I guess I'm gonna go quickly, have lunch. In the meantime, I'll probably message Faye to see what the hell's up. And yeah, we can make... we can see what happens in the meantime. Alright, so yeah, let's do that then. I'll go have lunch and we'll see you in a bit. I'll leave this here just in case you wanna, I don't know, keep looking at it for some reason. Dibadaba. Also might have dropped the demo of those keyword only controls can't quite run. The game is very much not into holding your hand all the time. Interesting. Now I'm curious for the game, but I've never heard of it. Never. But well, yeah, I'll see you after lunch. Thanks for stopping by. And yeah, let's see how many more. Maybe I'll do a puppet for Mari. Mari, you mean me, or Mari is someone else? Marnie, maybe? But yeah, if you want to make a puppet, I will gladly guide you through everything you need. I mean, you can see everything here, but I love to help people make more stuff. So yeah, if you want to make puppets, I'll gladly help you with whatever you can. But it seems like you're already ready. MC from Perry. Oh, okay. No, I didn't. But yeah, if you want to make it, that sounds fun. Yeah, I'll happily help you. All right, so I'll see you after lunch then. Thanks for stopping by. All right, bye-bye. Hello. Hi, hi. Okay, so not sure what we're listening to right now. It's still Animal Crossing. Hello, hello. Thank you, Yanlin. Thanks, Dolphink. Right, so let me take the Retsukus out. There we go. So, hello. How's it going? So, yeah, what were we on? Oh, I messaged Faye during the break. I'm not quite sure yet, but I'm leaning towards thinking that we might not have a collab today. But I don't know. Nothing's for certain yet. But probably not. Like, I'm all up for it, but I think she had some sudden stuff to take care of. But I'm not sure if it will take her all day or what's gonna happen. So yeah, just be on the lookout for it. Oh, we got a new subscriber while I was in lunch. Lutella, if by any chance you're here, welcome to the workshop. I make funny little puppets and stuff. Okay. So this one looks kind of okay. Wait, what did I do to my gloves? It's like I accidentally clicked off the stream. First version of a hand. Oh, really? Wow, that was fast. I didn't expect you to do it like today, you know? It was just something I threw out before I forgot. But yeah, okay, let me see. If it's in Discord, I can check it out. I'm missing a glove. Yeah, I'll be there in a second. I'll show it on stream too, because it sounds like something that could be helpful. This is the official limbs. We just had a little bit of a quick discussion on, because Dibidava was showing me that they're doing a lot of interesting stuff with wires, and I was very interested to see if Dibadaba could come up with a new version to make the hands like this one a little bit cleaner. So yeah, this is the one we peeled the last time, but this is how most of the hands behave from the inside. And I was gonna check the Discord because it seems like there's a new design for us to check out, see if that will work for us. Now, Dibadaba is working with a thicker wire. Oh wow, this looks beautiful. This looks absolutely beautiful. Wow. How did you make this? Holy sh... It's insane. I really love this. Oh. And in the bottom, how many wires do you have? It's also 10, or is it... I'm guessing it's 10. I cannot count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, like 6 in the bottom. And then somehow they become 10. Oh, like this. This looks like it could have a lot of potential. It does look... Well, the thing is, you're using a thicker wire. Like, looking at this, I would say probably this would be very hard to animate. But, yeah, we could tweak it and twist it and turn it into... something with a little bit more, yeah, that one, fire. Something with a little bit more mobility, maybe with a thinner wire, maybe something like that. But it looks really impressive. I'm very stunned with how good this looks.
right? That is fair. Yeah, it was crazy. Scale-wise, this would be bigger than the hands. Yeah, well, that's another thing, that the hands that I have are tiny. These hands are like each finger. Let me. Where's my calipers? Here. The fingers are about 10 millimeters long each. Well, I mean, the index finger is 14 millimeters long. 15 millimeters long. That's 16. And the whole like palm, from the bottom of the palm to the tip of the fingers, it's 34 millimeters. 35 millimeters total. It's like 1 inch and something. Can I make the conversion here? 1 inch and 49.28 128ths if you work in that sort of units. 1 inch 3/8. Why do you use fractions in your stuff? Yeah. What kind of hand sensors would you want in the end? Whatever do with the wire. I do about double the size. I use metric. All right, so yeah, there you have it. It's like the palm. I'll show it here. I can show it right on the screen. So yeah, this hand is 35, more or less. I'm trying to, yeah, like give or take. 35 for the whole palm. One finger. The middle finger is 15, 16-ish. And yeah, that's about it. The distance between the palm and the, or the thumb and the, it's about 7. Now, what you should think when doing this is that you still need some empty space in the middle, you know? Let me see if I can draw. So, if you have the hand, oh my god, sister. Don't mind the drawing. There still needs to be a little bit of extra space. Like, you cannot have the wire. You have a pencil? Say 2, but it's got no tip. Or whatever. So you don't want the wire to go all the way to the very edge of your surface. It has to have some space so that you can fill the in-between with silicone. So just take that into account. It doesn't have to be exactly the size that I told you, but it has to be slightly like shorter in order to have everything fit inside of the main body, not really having it on the very edge of the things, because that will lead to wires showing on the edge or breaking and that sort of stuff. The ideal thing would be having everything as centered as possible. And that's what we're going for, but it's like a very minor detail that's very hard to quantify, you know? They're very small hands to start. But maybe later I could make a print screen of the hand model in 3D, and maybe we could throw that into Talking Shop, and you can use that as a reference sheet, maybe. My whole hand is 4 centimeters from wrist to tip of the middle finger, so this one's a little bit smaller, but not that much. Like, this one's 3, right? Or 3.5. Yeah, 3. So it's like about a little bit less than 1 centimeter less than what you did. So yeah, it's not that different.
Okay, so let's make another one of these. The skeleton needs to have longer fingers relative to a palm, and the final hands will have, yeah, probably longer fingers would help a little bit, so that you don't have any wires too close to the edges, you know? I'm gonna keep this around. Okay, let's cast another one of these. Mine would be 5. Yours has silicone that at length would be maybe about 5 centimeters if it had silicone. Yours? Maybe 5 will be. If it's 4, I would say maybe it will be like 4.5, 4.7 maybe. But yeah, maybe it could go all the way to. Oh, we can measure. We actually have a hand. We can measure this. I think my UPS might be dying because it just beeped 3 times in a row. Yeah. And there's number 4. Okay, I'm gonna save my computer before anything bad happens. Okay, it was just 4 beeps in a row without any rhyme or reason. Right, so if something crashes... No, it was not a power outage, just started beeping. You know those random beeps it makes every once in a while? Well, it started doing so it's not like when the power's out, it will beep, yeah, like 3 times in a row, but quickly it will be like beep, 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 beep. But here it made the same long beep that it usually does like once a day, or well, like 5 times a day, but it was like 4 in a row, very, very quickly. So I didn't know if the thing was about to blow up, so rather go and save the files in the computer. Makes me think of a microwave. So yeah, let's see. Here we have the hand was 35. Well, the thing here is that we don't really have a clear indication of where the... But yeah, it's about where the wrist ends. Look, here we have 28 millimeters. 27. That's 27, and we compare those 27 here. Still need a little bit more to reach the top of the fingers. The fingers here, for example, the index finger, which we saw, was 16 millimeters here. No, that's the middle finger, right? No. Yeah, the middle finger. Yeah, let's do the middle finger because it's the longest one. And this one is, yeah, a bit longer. It's like 18 millimeters. You can see it here. So yeah, it's a little bit hard to quantify very consistently or perfectly, but that's what I can do for now. But if you need any other measurements, I can do it right here. Let's do the middle finger. Stop it. Get some help. Well, UPS on the top of your head. I don't know it from the top of my head, but I can read it. I can read it from here because I can see it. It's NB2400. Just don't know the brand. I think it's called SmartBit. Yeah, it's NB2400. So one thing with the thumb that can be sort of important is because you need, well, it depends on the flexibility of the wire too. Yeah, I'm thinking on like the movie puppets that I worked on before, because in the studio where I worked, they didn't never use this system. This is something I learned from another studio in, I'm sure I think they're Italian, and but in the other studio they would all usually have this wire very long because that was what you could use to do this sort of movement. Wasn't as reliable as this, but yeah, you need to consider that you cannot start the wire just where the hand begins, because that means you only have this movement. You need the wire to be like independent from a little bit further down so that the hand can do this. Now, if your mesh here is still flexible enough, you can trick it into behaving, but just make sure that it's not too limited and that your thumb is not forced to only do this movement, because this is definitely very bad for a hand. You should always strive for, you know, having this open, close, kind of. That's the most helpful thing. Definitely needs to be positioned differently. So yeah, you can check that out and think about it. Thank you very much for your help. Honestly, I didn't expect. I'm very, very surprised. I was expecting like I'll just tell you this, and maybe in a week or so we would have some sort of an idea, and you just went straight for it and made something very impressive, and just as I had lunch. That's insane. So yeah, I just wanted to give you a little shout out. Much appreciated. Diba daba. It is very fun, isn't it? Okay, let's do another one of these. I should not be working on this. I don't want to fill this with silicone. Dum, dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Feels good to be actually engineering something physical and functional. Yes, I really like that feeling. So I can tell you, I did have some like wild midnight thought at some point. I just don't think right now it's the right moment to design it. But I was thinking for this to actually design. It was just like very how do I say this? A very not thought out idea that I had, but it was just like, what if we do this? And I was like, what if I designed some sort of piece in resin printing for the wrist? Something like this. Yeah, like a little piece of plastic, you know, in the shape of the wrist, but that has like a bunch of pegs or something. So I'm gonna do less wires just because, well, you were using 6 wires, so maybe this could work. Yeah, you have this little box. It's like a sandwich, right? So on the side. Okay, let's do something like this. I'm gonna put a bolt here. And when you look at it from the side, it's a very rough idea. Don't get too carried away by it. It's like a sandwich kind of thing with a middle hole in the middle. And bolts 2 little pieces together, right? And having these little pegs so that you could pass the wire through and around like this. So with this, you already have your wires kind of secured, and all you need to do is the braiding here to make it kind of faster, because the thing that annoyed me a lot with these hands was because it's so inconsistent. It was sort of like sometimes a hand would work, sometimes it wouldn't, sometimes I would screw up. I feel like I'm very clumsy when it comes to braiding. Like sometimes I will forget and maybe do a skip that I shouldn't have and that sort of stuff. But I was thinking that one way to at least make something mildly more easy to repeat consistently was to like standardize the bottom part. So I was thinking on something like this. It was a very vague idea and I just had it like a week or two ago, but I never really worked on it because I was like, okay, that sounds interesting, but it does sound like a lot of time that I don't really have to spend right now. But I could keep it on the back burner and try to work on it, just like we got to work on the hips when we started working on Evil, something like that. Maybe for the next puppet, that sort of stuff. So I just had it, but now that I've seen your work, I think it would be good to just throw the idea out there, just in case you either come up with something or think. I'm just seeing that you're very proficient with this wire stuff, so maybe you could tell me if it doesn't make any sense or if it does. 1, 2, 3. All right. A full wire hand to be easy to repeat. That would be very helpful. Six for the wrist and attach the other two right after it. Yeah, I wanna. Well, I couldn't see exactly where the wires began. I wanna check how did you insert, because I couldn't see like any other loose ends just hanging around in the bottom. So that's why I was wondering, where did the other two wires, the other 4 wires come from? I think I won't braid the palm this time, but instead I'll do 3 columns. Yeah, like you can test whatever you like. I'm very open to input, but you know the goals, right? You know that we are looking for palm to move more or less organically, something that's preferably consistent, because ideally I would like to have at least, I don't know, like 3 pairs of hands for every puppet, because you never know when something will break and it's always good to have a backup. But that's very like wishful thinking. I'm not expecting that right now, but I think that's like a fair amount of hands to have whenever you're starting a project with something. Because if you only roll with 1 hand, you are in for a very bad time. But more than 1 or more than 3, maybe it's a little bit too much work. It depends on your time frame and your budget, probably. But yeah. Anything that you come up with, I'll gladly try out. I think this could be very helpful either way. But you know the goals. Like the goals is being able to emulate the hand movement as much as possible. I would like to see if I can find the original. Well, I don't have... Maybe I took a picture? I don't think so, because they were very... No photos in the event, so probably I don't have photo, but I'll check. Maybe I have a photo, and if I have it, I could share it to you. I could send it on Talking Shop. Okay, time here. Oh, you found it? The UPS? No idea what's beeping. Probably display indications during beeps. Could see more. I don't think it doesn't have a display. Just like a big block of. Oh, Vespera! Welcome, Vespera, to the stream, and well, welcome to the workshop. You probably just subscribed. Maybe you're here. Maybe you're not here. If you're here, welcome. Welcome to the workshop. I make puppets. I make stop motion puppets. Currently working on Neuro-Sama. And yeah, always happy to see new faces here. In case you're just popping around, seeing what we do. Yeah, very happy to see you. If you are watching Extravaganza, well, hope you enjoy it. But yeah, you're probably not here then. But I always try to say that out loud, just in case you're around here. Sometimes people are here, sometimes they aren't. Okay, Chikibriki has no display pro and another model. Let me look. I think it doesn't have any, but from this angle, I don't see any display. It's just like one power button, a flat gray plastic surface. It's got three little LEDs on the top, one green, one yellow, one red. Right now it's only glowing on the green one, and that's about it. But I'll go the other way. It's only the plug-in context, so probably not either. But yeah, also thank you for that. That's also helpful. Found it. Okay, so Chikibriki. Now let's hope for the best with this. Looks decent to me. Should be that one. Smart bit. It does sound. I think the. Oh, it's in Spanish. So it's probably yes. Soporte técnico. I'll take a look in a minute. I'm just cleaning the little cup before the silicone dries. Okay. So. It does look a lot like this one's. But it's the NB 800, 600, 2400. There it is. NB 2400. Yeah, I think it's this one. A tone every 10 seconds, power outage. Tone every 2 seconds, battery fault. Battery of UPS has failed. Tone every second, low battery. The UPS will shut down. Continuous tone, other failures. UPS has detected one or several different faults. Maybe it's one of those. Wait, what's going on? Ah, something happened. New follower. Oh, Nathan. Is it the same Nathan as always? Nathan, is this you? Or is it another non-related Nathan? Hello? Nathan 876544098? Is this you, or are you the Nathan that we already know? Or are you a new Nathan? Put a picture in Discord where I drew how I think wires went if you're interested. Let me take a look, yeah. Let me do the change. Oh, cool, okay. So yeah, you have red, blue, green, and then the yellow. Oh wow, the yellow is one for each strand. Well, except for this one. It's a very interesting. How did you come up with it? I could never think. Yeah, I could never think this through by myself. But it looks really cool. So okay, this one. So yeah, you like go around the palm, and then another one here. Oh yeah, this one goes around the palm, and it could be either this one or this one, but it doesn't really matter. And then the other one just loops around somewhere around here. No, this one goes down. So yeah. Okay. It's very, very interesting. So don't know if Nathan really was. I drew. I put a picture in Discord. Not exactly correct, but something like that. Yeah. Like I get it's like a rough approximation. Oh, I drew too many yellows or not? No, I think it's the right amount of yellows. It's just hard to know which one is the one that goes to the thumb and which one's the one who stays in the. Everything was just braided together. You think the 6 wires for wrists a good amount? Let me test. I think it could be a little bit weak unless I do a thicker wire. No, but I wouldn't be able to use a thicker wire. Let me check. Do I have... So if I use this 3 wires as a... I think it's decent. I could give it a shot with 3 or with the 6 wires. But they are braided between them. Let me take a good look again. I could just make a braid like the one you made here to test it out, like just like the base braid, which is like a braid of 3 braids, and we can check. I can feel it myself. So let me. Okay, I already casted this one. Oh, yeah, so we can do that right now. So let's do this. I'm gonna use the same gauge wire because we can go with a thicker one, we can go with a thinner one, but
The one we've been using up until now has been this one, even though I wasn't using this from the roll. We were using another one. Yeah, the one that came with paper covering, which could also still be useful. I've just been trying to test the pure wire because I thought the silicone would be gripping very well to the paper, but honestly, it didn't seem to be gripping that much. So maybe it's just wasted space, and the space could also be giving us a little bit more support. Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna try and make your base braid, just so we can both check it out and feel how it behaves, right? Maybe we can zoom in a little bit. Where's my other set of pliers? Down here. So we have two little braids for this. One more. Now, the other tricky part with doing this sort of braids, I'll see how you did it in a second, just to look at it as a reference on how I do mine. But yeah, an important thing here when doing this braids specifically is that you usually don't want to simply braid them all together to make a big circle, because sometimes, especially the wrist and the palm is more of a flat surface, right? So you need to design the braid a little bit more around trying to do flat surfaces. It depends on what kind of bend you're looking for. I'm not sure if the wrist would be work better with like a round braid or a flat braid, because a flat braid limits the movement to the sides, which could be good, could be bad. And a round braid allows you like full free range of movement to any direction. But having a round braid can be a little bit too clunky. Like it can occupy too much space in the center, and maybe it will be hard to cast the silicone around it. And I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. Okay, let me look out.
Flat braid to the because 3 braids is not that much, right? It's not like the full on 5 braid. The one that you made here is flat braid, right? I'll try to emulate it. I'm kind of bad at this, so
Please understand if I screw up here, but I'll try. And let me see. I'm gonna try and grab all of these with some sort of bigger pliers, like this one's. And I can try to make the little flat braid. Okay.
okay, so it's like this.
So it's just a simple twist here. Oh, maybe I should look at the picture. Oh, no. Like this. Ugh. Yeah, already screwed up. Something like this. Okay. Does feel strong enough. Like, I think this could hold against the silicone. That's pretty much all it needs to do. And as you said, you still have a little bit of room for side movement, which is also cool. How tense could that be? Like this and this. Can kind of work. It's kind of forced, but it's more than enough because the side movement of the wrist is not that much. And can go a little bit further back, and that could make us. So I think it might be still under supervision or under scrutiny, but I do think that 3 strands could be enough. I'm not sure if I did a good job with the stranding though, but I think that wouldn't change the results too much either way. The stranding, the braiding. Did I do it on camera? Like, this is my 3 brand strand. Like, definitely this looks, it feels nice. It feels kind of soft, so maybe it's okay. I don't feel like the silicone would be able to push back against this. And yeah, as you said, it does have a little bit of motion to the sides also, which is very useful for, you know, like waves and that kind of motions. Getting the braid clean will help with mobility a little bit, I think. Probably. I'm not sure what the process is to get a better braid. So I'm not sure if I screwed up during the braiding part. It's starting to kind of unravel from the bottom. Okay, in the meantime, let's clean one more hair strand, and with that we'll have enough probably. Of course. And I needed to turn one strand over another, bent both about 45 degrees, and twisted them to get a good tight, to get them good and tight. All right, let me try that again. How do you, I'll say, how do you, for starters, like clamp them together? Because it's very hard if you're grabbing with one hand with my chubby human fingers and trying to braid, like they will start moving and doing a lot. So do you use some sort of vise or something to just grab them firmly? So I have something like this, but it's kind of soft since it's got a little bit of foam here. So I could maybe secure the fingers like this and then do the braiding. Hold the wires with pliers and twist it with my fingers. All right, okay, so then maybe it has to be possible. Maybe I'm just bad at this. Any type of pliers in particular? Maybe this one's only because they've got a... Let me see if I've got something like bigger. This one's are for cutting. I remember having another pair of pliers. Just don't know when was the last time I saw them. Oh, there they are. To get a good base was putting the wires through a loop of wire before twisting them together. Oh, okay, maybe that's the part that could help me out. Okay, let me try that. How long ago did we cast this guy? Let me just open the... I'm gonna cast another hair strand so that we can use the time in between the castings to do the next one, all right? Or well, to try again the braiding. This is the hardest part I've always thought of, making this stuff, that you need to think a lot time-wise. Like, there's a lot of tasks to do, but if you don't manage them correctly, you'll end up just sitting and waiting for stuff to cure. So yeah, like right now, I know it should be better if I just make another strand and use the curing time of the strand to experiment with the new hand system. Okay, this one looks clean enough. Still a little bit of bumpiness on the tips. I would still like to fix that at some point in the future. It looks decent. In the back, very clean. Yep, pretty good. Okay. What a peak title at morning streaming. Hello, Mr. Friswell. Welcome to the workshop. Yes, I'm making hair strands and we're making a lot of them. Right now we are at hair strand number 1, 2, 3, blah, 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 blah. I think we're at number 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. No, one might be at number 14. So this next one will be number 15. Burger King foot lettuce. Oh, Jan, you're still here. Okay, so let's use one of these. Oh, we already have one strand here. Here's our mold. And before another attempt at braiding, Don Mariano. Why would I need to bribe anyone? I'm very innocent. All right, so 3 drops of this, and we go back to the hand braiding class. 1, 2, 3. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum. Start to figure out that it's much easier to just apply it with the finger in order to actually cover the whole surface. And tip of this mold. Especially, since it's like a big race against time doing this. Okay. Is it raining? No, it's the music. It's got raining sound effects apparently. Like one of those cozy playlists with rain sounds to relax. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't put it. It's just like running by itself. Based on the first hand one at my scale, it's about... Wait. I just can't read your full message right now. I'll be there in a second. There we go. Oh. Okay. Clean the cup real quick. Running out of wire in the middle of a hand. Oh, that happened to you? I thought you bought... Didn't you just buy it? Or you bought like a little bit of wire and it ran out really quickly? Because yeah, I've got like a bunch of wire here. Well, this roll I think will give us enough for... I don't know. Probably... We already made like... how many strands did we make? 30 strands, and it feels like we're barely scratching the surface of this little roll. Oh yeah, usually what I do, or well, if you mean that you're running out of wire because it turned out to not be enough, what I usually do is I make it with very long wires, so I have like extremely long fingers, and then I just cut them to the size that I need. After I already finished the braiding part. I got 50 meters, but the way I make them is 5 long bits of wire. Oh, okay, yeah. Yes, I've been there too. It's very, very frustrating. Especially because you can notice it even like a few layers before, but you see it and you still have some hope, and it's like, maybe it will be enough. And then you do another twist and it's like, oh god, now the fingers are too short. Oh, no. Yeah, I've been there. That's why I usually made, when I made these hands, I make them with very, very, very long fingers, and then I just trim the excess. Okay, so let me do attempt number 2. Could I undo this? Just for the sake of being lazy. Let's see if we can apply the same trick we used to straighten the other ones. Okay, so where are my boards that I used for straightening these things? There they are. I'm not sure if this is gonna work with a little braid, but if it works, it works. Decent enough. So yeah, it might not be the cleanest thing ever, but it's still a prototype of a prototype, so I'm not really that worried about that. Okay. This one just ain't given. Okay. Feels straight enough. And you too. Okay, so you said you braid 45 degrees? I'll reread your comment in a second. Okay, so let me see. I did to get a good base was putting the wires through a loop of... Oh, I forgot that part. Yeah, let's do that part. Put the wires through a loop of wire. So I'm putting one wire through all of these guys. Basically, I'm not just braiding the wires, I'm fully bending them around so that they stay in the tight braid shape. Oh, so it's tighter. I thought it was kinda, yeah, not so tight. Like I did see some empty space in between the piece, so I was thinking maybe it wasn't that tight of a thing, but I'll try. Give me a second. I'm still struggling with the first step. Okay, so step 1. All the braids through a wire loop. Is this what you meant? Something like this. To keep them all together. Right? And then grabbing them with pliers. Like this. And I just don't know about the 45 degrees part you said. I'm not sure what it means. Okay, so this feels stable. Ah, forget it. Okay. Pliers or fingers, whatever works. Yeah. No, but you said that you grabbed it with pliers and then you use the fingers for the rest, right? So don't feel bad if you feel the need to tell me I'm doing something wrong. I will gladly try and learn. I'm not very used to this, so I feel like some guidance would always be helpful. Anyway, so here's our thing. We've got a loop going through the center just to keep everything together. Now, I have to grab it with pliers because the wire is pretty strong. Yeah, this one's kind of soft because mine is kind of smaller than the caliber is a little bit bigger than the one you have, so it should be kind of easier. But now what I'm thinking about is the braiding process. So okay, so something like this. Wait. Turn it upside down, just clarity to me. It's like this, then okay, good. I think I get the 45-degree part now. Yeah. Okay. And I can just take the loop out, right? Well, I'll leave it for now, but that's the idea, right? So this one's tighter than the other one, definitely. It doesn't look very consistent. I'm not sure if I screwed up at some part of the cycle. Or it might just be like how I braided it, but yeah, here it is in general. Wait, I don't even have chat open here. Always grab the middle strand and bend it over to the side. Alternate. Yeah, that's what I was doing, I think. Tight and clean as you can guess. Okay. So this is much tighter than the one we had before. It's almost very, very thin at the very bottom. And so it does feel strong enough. I feel like this wouldn't give us trouble when animating. How compact it is. Also, I think, I'm not sure if making the ties like too compact could be a problem because, I don't know, maybe it could tear, like a lot of force being applied when trying to bend. This one feels good because it's like strong, thin, has a little bit of give in all directions. I think we could make it work. We just have to try it. But this seems to, yeah, to work properly. You can give it a look and tell me if you see something out of place. But I think I got the general idea rolling. That seems to be working. Okay. And yeah, it feels sturdy enough. Always grab the middle one. Yeah, okay. All right. But yeah, I think it's strong enough for the palm, definitely. Or for the wrist, more likely. Okay, now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Looks right to me. Of course, it will be cleaner. It could be cleaner, but probably doesn't affect functionality. I mean, it's the prototype of a prototype, but I just wanted to see if I got the gist correctly. I'll try to improve and make better ones every time, but yeah, this is not even functional, you know, we're not going to be using this for anything. It was just a proof of concept, and I think for that, if you see that the general design is all right, it's good enough for us to know if the strength is what we need, and I think it is. It does feel that it's got enough strength, like it doesn't take too much to bend, doesn't feel like I need to exert myself too much at the time of bending, which is also good. This one, you know, oddly enough, because this one's got 6 strands and this one's got 10 strands, so theoretically this one would have probably feel stronger, right? But this one feels much more gentle when folding it than this one. A lot. That doesn't mean either one of them is better than the other. It's just an interesting note I wanted to add. Because I do like if we can keep making stuff that's smaller and stronger, that's better. It's easier to make them cleaner. It's easier to keep them sturdy. Yeah, it would be better all around. But yeah, this one and this one, I definitely need a lot more force to. Maybe I can prove it with the scale, oddly enough. So if I want to bend this piece, I need to apply Oh, no, it's an overlord. An overload. Overlord. Maybe with the other one. We have the other scale around here. Yeah. Yeah, that scale is very good, but it works only with very small numbers. Okay, so yeah, I'm applying like 150 grams of force to bend it. Like that. Oh, you weren't seeing. Now like this. And I'm trying to bend it. And I need to apply like 200 grams to bend it. Okay. And now this one. I know there are probably specific things designed for this kind of stuff, but this is what I came up with, all right? What I've got. And this one, it's about 200 grams too. No, 280. Went all the way to 280. 300, yeah. So it's about 300 grams to bend this one, and 200, which is good. Means it really needs a lot more strength, and it's the same caliber wire, same everything. Like the only thing changing is that one's got paper covering, but that shouldn't make it softer at all. All right. Good side note. Okay, so give me a second. I want to go for a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and also need to start turning the lights on because the sun is setting. But yeah, quick bathroom break. Be right back. Oh wait, I saw a comment here. All right, now I need to start planning how construct the palm and thumb. Hopefully it goes right. Yeah. Takes 300 to bend this one. King Leonid. Hello, Dressy. No. So I'm gonna put it here, and I'll be right back in a couple minutes. Oh, back. So, we're waiting for the other hair strand, making a couple hand prototypes. And yeah, what else? It's been a pretty calm day today.
I got the black parts of the horse, starts painting the red to get the legs.
Oh, cool. That's what, about 30%, I would assume. Still needs some time. What we could do is get to work with this. Also, on that note, how have these guys been? So, it seems like it did shrink. One of these has to be. Oh,
Also, Diva, do you wanted to see the color of the raven wing? So beautiful.
there's a raven. Oh, just the black of the horse. Let me take. Forgot to take Retsuko off the screen. Hey, you hurts still around. Let me see. So, I wanted to check how is the shrinking going. This one looks about the same size. Yeah, look at this one, how it bended weirdly. Kind of wobbly. So it's not terrible. I think it could be usable, maybe, but yeah, I don't love it. This guy's. Trying to see which one of these. This was pure, but it doesn't have. Try to find which one were shrinked and which one are still normal. We made one that was actually full-sized, wasn't it? This one. I mean, the shrinking, sorry, but I do start to see a little bit of wire popping out of the edges in this one. The back, it's fine. We still have the little thing in the tip that also I don't love. Because it's shrinking, because the wire doesn't make it all the way to the bottom. And that's not great. And I don't know, I just wanted to make a little recap of the old things, but now we can make our first piece.
Blue-black color, colored
Raven's wing color. It's a really nice name for that color. Pretty descriptive and pretty easy to identify, yeah. Ba-da-da-dum. So it's got one more of these. This one I'm not sure if it's going to be usable or not. But we'll see. In the end, we don't need this many. I'm doing 2 more than what we actually need. Just for the sake of, if something goes wrong, I can use the other one. Now, another improvement I would like to look forward to if we ever perfect the injection mold thing is that that would hopefully, not certain, but I think it would hopefully help fix the issue of the fleshing. That maybe because all the excess material will just flow out, this sort of excess on the sides would probably be avoided, and that would mean that this part of the process could be skipped completely, maybe. It's not something that I feel like we're going to be figuring out right now, but yeah, it's like one of... I was just thinking, because I think someone asked yesterday what was the point of the injection molding. I could not think of something yesterday, or I think I could think of something, but it wasn't this, and I was just thinking about that, and I'm not sure if it would work, but but it could be helpful if we make something that... Oh, look who's here. Nathan Webster. So are you so you are not the same Nathan that appeared on Twitch a couple of hours ago, were you? Because I asked if you were Nathan, and there were no sly remarks. So yeah, I'm guessing it was not you. Also never saw any comments from a Nathan on my end that I know. Really? I saw it. They were on the on-screen chat. Mr. Firewood. It was not that long ago.
Mr. Friswell. Meh. I just missed it then. Oh no, it wasn't the comment. Yeah, sorry. Then it was a follow. It was a new follow on Twitch. Probably not. I am Husk of Body on Twitch. Alright, so it wasn't you. Yeah. Now I remember. Yeah, I was looking for a comment and I didn't see one, so I was like, wait, what? And yeah, now I just noticed that it was a new follow from a certain Nathan87654098. And I thought it could by any chance be the very same Nathan. Oh no, my evil twin. Menace. It's so much of your evil twin that he just doesn't say anything. He's a lurker. It's the complete opposite of you. Okay. So I think we need to massacre this thing a little bit more to take out the... Not sure if we can, though. Yeah, it wasn't that hard. Okay. Looks decent. I'm not sure if this is gonna close though. I lurk on Neuro streams primarily because I imagine she doesn't read or react. I think she reads everything, honestly. But the reaction, yeah, I don't know how that system works. But I'm pretty sure, considering the fact that she's a computer, I think she probably reads every single message that comes in. Unless it gets auto-banned, maybe?
But I would say probably. What would stop her from processing all that information? It's just text. For a computer, it's nothing. Look, good luck spotting me in all the spam. Well, I did spot who? I spotted Acero Hombre Wow in, oh, new hand. I didn't think anyone noticed that Neuro had her art on the wall of her 3D room when I announced that. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, maybe you just had bad luck. But I can swear I saw Acero Hombre Wow like 5 times during the performance. Do you think this will work? Okay, let me show it on screen. It looks kind of weird to me. Doesn't it move like weirdly? I don't know, like instinctively it sounds weird to me, like having a circle in the middle instead of a... But yeah, maybe it could work. I don't know. I am intrigued, but like if you asked my pure gut, I would probably think this one's more reliable than the other one. But you're the one who's testing them right now, so you could tell me why this one works a little bit better. Also, I'm not sure if this would be harder to execute. Probably not, but... And you're saving yourself the whole braiding in the middle. You are doing just one big... Well, you're just braiding like 2 pieces together all around. The idea is interesting, I'm just not sure how it works. Alright. So what's your tests? Like, have you tried moving it around and seeing how it behaves? Portable for disk. I swear I saw it. Interesting. We can look for it. The palm is significantly more flexible. Okay. Shadows of Doubt, detected with procedural case generation. Oh. With pliers to bend the other one, this I can do with my hands. However, your wire's a little bit thicker, but... Okay, I mean, we could try it, we could give it a shot. Just need to learn and understand how it's done. Oh, I see, so that's why you're always... So you only write on my stream, or in which other streams do you actually... not to lurk? So yeah, we're looking at the... Dibadaba's designing very interesting things for the hands, because he was testing a couple of stuff with wire, and I was showing him how the hands we have behave. And then Dibadaba started designing like different shapes. They look pretty intricate and very interesting, and I think they could work very well for hands, but I'm just trying to learn. We haven't tested them yet fully, but it's a very interesting prototyping phase here. Just filling you in. However, let's go back to the workshop. Oh, my message already buried down. I'm gonna need to look for my message of hours ago. There it is. Let me write this down. Isn't my pen working? There we go.
Any smaller streamers, they tend to be Gabby Gertie. Gabby Gertie. What the hell's that? I have a friend who started streaming recently.
Oh, streamer friends are really good to annoying. Because there's always a chance of you doxing them.
Thing over the top. Are full of dents from rent.
Oh yes, I've been there. I've been there.
So we could set up this stuff.
Decent. Okay. We'll need some tape for this.
It's any consolation, you are technically the first
Male streamer I follow. Yeah, I feel like... Yeah, it's kind of hard to make it as a... Like, the male streamer debuff is certainly a thing. But that's why I count on my craft rather than just my... I don't know, my content of just being a guy on the internet. This is gonna fall. Not sure if this will stay in place, but hopefully it will. Wait, the first stereotypically southern hick VTubers. I think I've heard people with South, but yeah, I think they're only girls. That's where the technically comes in, Maria. Oh, technically. In the beginning, I followed because of Neuro, but then I saw Dev stream and just love how they bully him. Yeah, it's a very funny dynamic what they have, honestly. I actually heard my throat laughing when he gave them the power to swear. I don't know if I've seen that clip. Did he make them swear at some point? One moment that I find really fun is when he was trying to figure out who was the one who had the filter on and who had the filter off, and it wasn't the subathon, wasn't it? And they started talking about women's rights. It takes a real man to be top female streamer. Or they double teamed him. That does sound like something that would make Nathan laugh. Piss. Feel liver. On. Screwed up. No, yes, I did screw. God damn it. You forgot Dick Kyle. These smells fun. Little Emily hanging out part of this, isn't it? Forgot. That does sound like a good moment. I'll look it up later. An explanation of V2 hand in Discord. Alright, let's check that out real quick. Okay. Oh, the twisted wires from below are braided. 3 twisted wires and braided. Alright, I can get that part. 2 twist.
3 wires braided. Oh, okay, 3 and then 1. 2 wires twisted, 2 wires twisted. Are you sure this 3 wire in the back of the palm is not going to be too strong? Like, could you move the hand without exerting too much pressure? 2 wires, 2 wires, 1 wire, 1 wire. No. Where does the thumb come out of? So it's 3 wires braided, and it just pops out like this. Bloop. 2 twist. 3 wires tied together somehow. I love the somehow. Yeah, because in the end, this is not 3, right? This is only 2. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor here. But like 2, 2, but if they were 3 coming in, where did the other one go? So it goes up and down? What? Here, the twisted wires from below are separated and twisted together, with wires from the sides and brought back together as an extra strands go back to the sides. Just wonder how you made this. Did you start from the palm and then go outwards, or did you start around and then go inside to the palm? Like, I'm wondering what the process was and how you made this possible. Because, yeah, you have this in the middle, but like, if I had to build this, I would probably think it would be easier to start from the middle, but I'm not sure if that would work at all. Oh, so that was the one and only twin dev stream? Beautiful. Watch that one live. That must have been beautiful. A little extra info on another message. Okay. 3 doubles that you tested. All started from the wrist. Alright. Forgot to mention, but after the wrist, 2 wires that are twisted together are added, and wrist wires folded over them to attach. It's important to use one of these added wires on one of the wrist wires from the thumb. Are twisted together, added, and wrist wires folded over them. So this is the 3 ones, and then this guy goes in and just makes a little loop in here, and then the 3 ones go over here, so I can see 1, 2, 3. Although this one's got 3 wires, and this one's 2. So we got 6 wires, and here we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How do you have an odd number of wires? That's the only thing I'm not processing here, because it should all be pairs, right? Or this one's also 3? Maybe this one was meant to be red? So you have 3 here, you release into this one. And then you have 2 wires. Maybe it's that. Yeah, it's very hard to explain. I know. Then don't get too caught on it. We have a lot of time to figure it out, but I'm just very interested in understanding. Think about your hand for a moment. That's the outside lower palm. I dare you try and move it in a fashion you'd need to bend that wire. Well, so it's not actually... The thing is, it's not that... Sometimes you don't need naturalistic movement. Sometimes you'll have some weird situations. It happens a lot, much more frequently than you think, that for any sort of wacky reason, the camera angle specifically looks very bad on what you've got there. And the only way to solve it is by sort of twisting or breaking the anatomy just a little bit. So sometimes, even if the movement could be impossible for a real person, it can be helpful to have the option to use it, because you can arrange a little bit better towards the sign of the shot, you know? Something that happens a lot. In 3D, they do that a lot. 3D animation, they always have. Probably have seen those like videos where they show you how it looks actually from a separate camera, and how the characters will have like huge hands or broken shoulders and all that stuff, because that's what looks good in camera. It happens a little bit in stop motion too, not to that extent, because you cannot fully, you know, break the puppets that much, or else the construction department is gonna yell at you. But it is certainly something. Saturday, hello, hi, 5450 Fer, welcome. 3. So hard to explain something like this without a video. I know, but we could probably make a quick video at some point. Or no need to worry that much right now. We still got time. We still got things to test, but it does look intriguing. So what's up? I'm trying to start set up the hair so we can maybe get the hair strands rolling and make our very first, like, the upper part of the hair. I don't know, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Will Nero be able to rotate her head 180 degrees like she did in the 3D debut? Yeah, that would not be very hard with the design. Because she's got a bolt on the bottom of her neck. So the bodies and the heads are not here anymore. But I'm not sure if I have a prototype, or I remember we had like a little bolt here. But it's got just like a single bolt coming out from a wire. Oh, bolts. And then the head is secured to the nut. Allegedly. Oh, I have the heads actually. So, dropped everything. It's like this. So you have a knot down there. I'm not sure you can see it. Maybe if I make a little bit of shadow, you can see it there. And this thing goes in like this. This is sort of like the piece that goes inside of the neck. So here is Neuro, or Evil. I think it's shining too bright because of the light. And she can turn around, left, right, and of course, completely backwards. I'm not sure if we can perform the neck breaking moments though, because of this joint, there will be a little bit of wire down here, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be at the right position to do the full-on neck breaking, like when she was standing like this. If this was her body, and she had her body like this in some moments of the 3D debut. I'm not quite sure that one's possible. I hope it is, but I also wouldn't want to force it too much. It would be very risky.
I would save that animation to the very end if it only if it was absolutely necessary. But yeah, it is possible. Which part of the hair is this? So right now, this is your just simple hair strands, but I'm grabbing them in order to make, so this is the upper part of the hair. It's sort of like a starfish that will go on top everything. So the ahoge and Vettel would be on top of this part, which there should be a little piece of copper of bronze that I hope I didn't drop or lose. Oh god, what did I do? Oh no. I just lost the tiniest piece of brass. Here it is. Now this is the piece where the ahoge will go. Up here. And we'll put the hair strand. So I need to cut them down, but I'm barely making markings because I want it to be precise so that doesn't look like longer on one side than the other, or longer on the back, shorter on the front, that sort of stuff. Well, it's kind of shorter on the front, but yeah. So I need something like this. And this I would cut up here and use the wire just to fill the rest. Same over here with this one over here. And yeah, the same deal all around to get sort of like starfish shaped. And I just need to cut somewhere around the middle, and everything else will be filled up again by the silicone itself. Any plans to use any part of 3D boot in the next series of shorts? So I don't remember, like there's a lot of fun things to add. I remember one bit that I thought, hey, this could be a good idea to animate, but I don't remember what it was. I think it was something about hair talking about having a real body or something, but I don't remember. So I don't have any particular moment. Well, I remember that I had that one and I thought about, hey, I could use this moment or this voice line for something, but I think I forgot. But if I rewatched the 3D stream, I probably figure out which one it was. I remember it was before the room. But other than that, I haven't planned any precise ones. As I've told you before, I don't have very concise plans on clips yet, because first I need to make sure the puppet's done. But once we actually have the puppet, we can actually sit down and start talking of, hey, I saw this clip 2 years ago and we could do this. And hey, there's this other clip that happened last week and we could do that. Like when we started animating the Pipe is a Pipe, I think it was fairly recent. It had happened like 1 or 2 weeks ago. The pipe is a 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 pipe. But yeah, you never know with these girls. Like they could change or they could do something wacky tomorrow, that sort of stuff. So I don't like getting too hung up on what to animate, because I will either forget or maybe whatever I think will be like a moment that will be remembered for the ages will just get forgotten. I remember when we made the Evil Neuro happy birthday video, one of the comments I got was that I should animate Evil juggling knives, because on the birthday stream she did say that she wanted to juggle knives and she wanted to throw knives at Money, I believe, or someone else. I'm not sure if it was to Money. No, I think it was to Honey. I think she wanted to throw knives at Honey or something like that. And that was a very funny moment on March 25th. But I think no one else has mentioned it ever since. So it wasn't that transcendental. And if I fixed myself in trying to do that moment, which juggling is not an easy task, and animating juggling is not, I'm not sure if it's easier or harder, but it's certainly not an easy task either. And yeah, in the end we didn't do it. Cartwheels, I'm not sure. I'm intrigued to know if cartwheels will work. I could tell you that doing cartwheels with Evil from the Extravaganza would have been absolutely impossible, because the head was not secured. So when I tried to do the cartwheel
the head would instantly fall off, probably. Back when we were trying to throw the harpoon, the head was falling off a lot, just from, not even from being upside down, just from crouching or for bending the back forwards. That was more than enough to get the head to fall off. Now with the new design, with the bolts, maybe it will stick much better, but there's still a non-zero chance that something could fall. So I'm not quite sure, but I'm interested in giving it a shot. However, I'm not sure if, like, okay, I know she did cartwheels, but where's the punchline of just having Neuro do a cartwheel? Needs a little extra, like, something that's just like a little animation sample. It's an animation exercise you do for someone to hire you, but where's the story on the cartwheel? Or what, I don't know, how you make it coherent, this little snippet or bit of animation. Will we mostly just be an animation flex? I mean, it could be an animation flex, and I could be up for that, but I don't know, what if by trying to do the animation flex, I break it and now I cannot use the puppet anymore? You have to pick your battles very, very carefully when you're doing this. I'm not saying I'm not gonna do it, but yeah, it's like, still you need to beware. How do you animate characters in the air? With a rig. So you have something like this. Stupid camera. You have something like that. Stupid camera. Give me a second. I'm gonna open up the shot a little bit. What? So you have a little arm like this one, and then you have a little piece. This is the hip. So you insert this into the hip. I think this one was not the right size. I think we reprinted this one because of that, but it's good enough. It holds itself. So yeah, you have the character here. Let me see if I can cheese something here. I'll make a little abomination. I don't know. Oh, maybe from this one. Oh god. Ah, god damn it. So yeah, this is the legs of your character and this is your body. It just fit, that's okay. Right? You just use this sort of base that has the right support, and with this you can carry them around. Yeah, that's how you make them jump. Have them in the middle of the air. You might not be able to see it from there, but imagine it like this, right? So I'm holding this, and yeah, there you have it, suspended in the air, and then you can just twist a little bit more, move the legs a little bit more, maybe twist to the side. I don't want to force this too much, but yeah, it's a lot of stuff you can do, and yeah, you have the right amount of control. The only thing is that you need to make sure that whatever you're using is able to hold the weight, because yeah, like this is very lightweight. This is just a piece of plastic and two tentacles on the bottom. This is an absolute monstrosity here. But the real evil, she's pretty heavy, but that's why I've got rigs that are actually much thicker than this. And on that note, I can tell you that I actually got a little shipment incoming of brand new rig arms that probably will be even stronger than the ones that we used before. So look up to that. I'll tell you when they arrive. Tentacle monster, yes, there you go. Enjoy the nightmares. That's what you get for asking questions. Absolute cinema pose would be
Pretty ironic indeed. The absolute cinema pose sounds pretty easy to execute, honestly. Like, all you need to do is just bend the hips a lot. I'm not quite sure. I remember when we were building it, I'm not sure how low could her hips go, because I remember on the 3D stream she was like crouching a lot. I'm not quite sure how far we can go with the crouch, but I'll try to see if we can actually do one of the wacky poses. Never dodging by cartwheel. How do you animate characters in the air? Yeah, like that. Higher acrobatics, higher risk of damage definitely makes sense to me. So yeah, it's not that I don't want to do it, but you need to pick your battles very carefully. If I said, all right, first shot, let's make all the cartwheels and just go wild. What if they break and I cannot use them anymore? You know. Hello, Zvlagbaron. When Vital was trying to get her to Absolute Cinema, just gave her Panda time to work memes over and over. Yeah. Tentacle Monster, remember the Bullet Rant? I feel like that has roots and potential. Have Bullet Rant. I'm trying to remember it. I feel like that has roots and potential. I have Neuro writing it out like a science equation and whiteboard. Then presenting it to the blue girl, all proudly. Huh? I'm kinda lost. You need to cut the holder out in editing. Yes, you need to cut the holder out in editing, which is something that's become easier with time. Like, tools have become much faster to do that. If you feel like something can be very hard, you could, for example, here in this shot that you, well, the problem is that my background is also blue, but imagine we don't have a blue background, something like this. What I could do is I could just add some blue tape or green tape on top of my rig and kind of hide it. So I'm doing it very roughly, but you get the point. So with this, maybe just a simple chroma key in After Effects could take care of it easier than the whole manually making the snip and that stuff. Minicomu's first collab with Neuro. Kinda sitting on the end, but yes, that's the moment I was thinking about. But lead it into a Gangnam Style. That sounds cheesy. Doesn't, I don't know, in my mind doesn't land. It sounds I don't know. Thanks, Sony. 10 tin cans bullet rent, Nathan? I don't remember. 10 tin cans bullet? Eh? It was a Minecraft. Oh, okay, so it wasn't in the 3D stream. I thought it was something she said during the 3D stream. Mune? Wait, Mini had another name? Well, I'll leave our little abomination over here. Wow, I didn't know that. The Gangnam Style, yeah, it sounds a little bit like that meme to me. Like, I think the Absolute Cinema would work a little bit better, or just... Yeah, there has to be a better meme that works with that pose. But at the same time, you don't want to make something that's the same meme that someone can do just from editing the video, you know? Like, what is the point in that? If I wanted to edit the video, I can just edit the video and call it a day. If I'm going to spend the weeks on something, the meme has to be sort of like both relevant, but also it makes sense and why would it need to be fully animated instead of just being like something more simple. I'm sure that's. Oh, God, I screwed up again. Keep forgetting that I need to put it on the front and not on the back. Big fan. Wait, what are you going on again?
Bullet Run is where she does math equations. How many people can shoot? Mariana Mimology PhD. Her math was wrong. The guy who only watched Neuro shortly before the birth of Evil and didn't sub until her first birthday.
That makes you much more of a fan than me.
Minnie has at times referred to the first collab, so it's pretty much confirmed.
Okay, okay. Let's try this one more time. Whatever. No. Somewhere here. I think there was another one. Maybe this one. So the good thing is that even though it seems like many of these things have the top very poorly shaped, we are not going to be using a lot of them, which is good.
How are you doing? Hello. Get a few years with companies trying to use memes to sell products, they will have
Meme departments. I could probably bet they already have. But they wouldn't call it something so stupid as meme departments. It would be like communication and the social engagement department of public image. How does that sound?
yay books.
PR department. Now PR is too simple. It's too low hanging fruit. Like PR actually makes ads and stuff, but then you have the meme department. Or it could be like a subset of the PR area. Did I keep doing this? So for starters, I think I need something stronger than this, but I don't want to damage the silicone either. All right, 4 set. 4 more to go. Maybe I should just mark it with a Sharpie, like it's gonna get deleted anyway. Just for safe measure.
All right. Your specific section of the marketing department. Either way, meme lord or PhD in memology lands your job there.
That would be funny. The memology bachelor's degrees.
Can you imagine an internet version of archaeology? Archaeology? Where they go through all the internet data and display ancient memes in a museum?
Isn't there already like an internet museum? With Nyankat and stuff.
Making is really weird though.
Oh, it's the same thing they said before, that you had to start at the middle and all that stuff. It's just like the end of Evangelion movie. Okay. So the next one is gonna be 12. House of Leaves needs proper competition. I need more precision here. Maybe I should. Has no images. The book without images. Okay, it still needs some time. Good to know. We can then do a set of these. Just slightly, ever so slightly shorter. Okay. Now it's gonna get tricky. We are gonna be cutting down this guy's. And hope for the best. Where's mine? Okay. So this thing means this is where it starts, not go at the very least over here.
Okay. Kind of funny to have to read it like that. You also might get spoiled or just trying to get to the start of. I read books and watch TV shows half of the time. Crushed coconut. You're still on the experimenting with your cocoa tea and stuff. You're making tea out of the same batch, and they're still strong. Wow. Sounds good. Stupid me. All right. The wires there. Page 25 to page 50, and how do you write so fast? Got you on as background noise. Please avoid using any amorous sounding Spanish. Amorous sounding Spanish. What the hell? You have the lovely sound of the camotes, carrito.
outside, whistling again and again and again. True Mexican experience. I'm not sure if the mic even catches that. It does sound very annoying. Oh, gigahertz. Okay. So it should be decent. Storybook. Storybook is used for comic stuff, but I have this of a writing feature. Oh, okay, so it's like automatically written. Mm-hmm. Visual format. Pages are pretty short. I'll take a quick look, but I'm not gonna read 50 pages.
Okay.
All right. So the idea would be have this sorted sort of like this. This guy, this guy. These two. Let me see if I can already open up this guy. Seems like decent enough. Okay. Discuss another one. My neck is sore. How are you? More in the back, I believe. My neck is fine. It's my back that usually gets kind of tired after working for a while. Full step-by-step tutorial for the hand. All right, thank you very much. Hey, while you're at it, I was wondering what... Oh, the thing is, wait for a second, because I think I could use some input on how to design the structure for the upper part of the hair. However, yeah, we don't have a lot of tries here, so we would have to think about it, how's it, very cautiously. Yeah, so I'll tell you in a second. Give me... Okay. Before I cast this other one. So imagine we are having... So this is the arrangement of the hairs, but we have to put them into this arrangement inside of the mold, right? So I already cut them the right height, each of them. You can see how they are about the same size. And this should lead to the final hair looking like a regular curtain, as Neuro-Sama hair usually does. However, I need to tie all of these together inside of this mold, right? And not only this, but also the little ahoge piece, which I lost again. Please tell me I didn't lose it again. Ah, come on. Where's my ahoge piece? So each of these have 2 wires coming out, right? Some of them are longer than the others, but well, the only problem is going to be these ones that are the most limited ones. But I was thinking that those could not need to be very long. I'll show you my idea in a bit. First, let me see how on earth, or where on earth did I put the poker piece if I didn't lose it again. Just be more careful with tiny pieces like that. Then underneath. Nope. I still got more material to use, but I would rather not waste material just for the sake of it. Da-da-da-dum. All right, we'll see if it appears in the meantime. So my idea was something like this. So I'm gonna grab all the little hair strands and sort of I think I missed one, but it's okay. Braid each of them like this one and this one together, and then this one and this one together, and then this one and this one together, just so I can make sort of like a coherent shape, and then I need to join them all together in the center, and I also need a little piece down here. So I need to find a way to do that without like making too much of a mess and having the shapes kind of clean. Where did I put that stupid piece of metal? Da-da-da-dum. Mhm. Don't see it down here, so it's probably on the table somewhere. Okay, so I'm not sure where that piece could be. I'll probably be better if I just consider it lost already, because it's so small. It's probably not gonna appear anytime soon if it fell to the ground or something like that. So yeah. Alright, let's rock. Either way.
I would probably test the layout with paper cutout pieces, some tape first to make sure it looks right before committing to the silicone hairs. I like that idea. I think that's a good way to put it. So, okay, so first let's cast another hair strand just to have the mold working for us. And we can make that prototype you said. I also might need to make another piece to replace the one I lost. Okay, so first, cover this. I don't want it to get filled with. I want any silicone to fall on top of this under any circumstance, so let's keep it like this and just work over here or something. So you get out of here. Okay. So we're gonna make one. What the hell? Da-da-dum. To wrap my scales in plastic before wedging the parts. Oh yeah, it's very important here because I'm using sticky liquids every single day, all the time. I don't want it to go into the inner workings of the scale, of course. Can't risk getting paint in the sensor exactly. One, two, three. What time is it? 6:55. What is this? Weird music. Okay.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Chicky Ricky, Chicky Ricky, Chicky Ricky, and all that stuff. Okay. Go. I'll leave it be for a couple of minutes. Okay, so let's put all of these aside for now. This and this. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these are the hairs for the top part of the head. I'll show you in a bit. I'm trying to make, you know, the prototype thing. Right. James Orozco 48. Hey, I've just found this channel. Check out the evil video. And man, I'm already excited to see how this one's gonna look. Also, good evening or morning. Good evening in my case. So yeah, like it's gonna be good, but you're gonna need. It's very slow. We're currently working on her new hair. We have like a little dead prototype over here. And we're currently trying to make a new wig to I want it to work a little bit better. So in the past evil video, the only thing is that I didn't love how it turned out on the how it looked from the top. Like when you got close to the head, you could see it didn't look like a single piece. It looked like a bunch of individual hairs and make it look like some sort of a Star Wars alien. So I never liked that. So I've been struggling trying to make it more of a uniform piece. And that's what I'm working on right now. So we've been working on casting different pieces. We're casting right now hair strands because we need a lot of hair strands. And in the meantime, we are sort of prototyping how to make this piece. We need to find a way to make the inner structure work. And yeah, that's what I've been up to. But yeah, welcome to the party, James Orozco. Are you on? Oh, you're on YouTube. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. You can always join. You can also join on Twitch. And I mean, I'm also very excited to make more, but yeah, just consider that it's gonna take a little bit of time. Making more animation like that certainly takes its sweet amount of time. But yeah, welcome. Either way, glad you enjoyed the video.
So I'm thinking we're probably not gonna have a collab with Faye today. She told me she would message me at 7 if she knew anything, and yeah, I think we're not gonna hear from her today. It's okay, we can have our collab some other day. Oh, also I'm almost forgot. We're still got time. Da-da-dum. When I think about it, it's quite funny. I'm only here because you had issues with your printer. Oh yeah, like you joined here only to troubleshoot the printer stuff, right? But how did you stumble with the channel? You only saw the thumbnail of the Neuro-Sama puppets animation thingy, and you clicked in. You never saw Extravaganza before joining. It's pretty crazy. I mean, I guess you have seen it by this point, right? VOD appeared on my homepage. Thanks. Speaking of bones, I've been doing animation for college, and currently I'm doing low poly stuff, so I'm thinking about this in Blender style. And if I'm trying to think will help. Hey, making that stuff in Blender could be fun. Wait, let me really reread that. Currently low poly, so I'm thinking about this in Blender style. Don't know if what I'm trying to think will help. I'm not sure what you're thinking on right now, but I mean, I use a lot of 3D when working on this stuff. Most of the pieces I model, for example, there's like molds like this, and I make the 3D model, print it out, and then I use the printed model to, you know, make copies of the piece. Many of the molds that we've been using lately are all made out in... I don't use Blender. I'm a little bit of more old school, so I use Maya. But yeah, like... It's very helpful. So I think the only reason why I'm able to do like this level of work is because I wanna... the only reason is because I have 3D printing on my side. I think it makes my life a lot easier because I can print stuff. I can work with other people's models. I didn't make the 3D model for Evil, for example, or for... Well, yeah, it's Evil, but it's actually a neuro model that I got from the internet. I just got it, downloaded free, and worked on it, printed it, and designed it also. What would the hair be casted from? Like material silicone rubber. It's Tin Cure Edition silicone. It's like a simple white liquid that turns into a rubbery, like plastic. I'll show you in a bit. And we've already made plenty of little hair strands. The thing now is we have to join them all together. So yeah, so here's a silicone. Silicone is usually just a simple liquid, thick liquid like this. And I cast it into a mold with a little bit of catalyzer, and the catalyzer binds the liquid into a solid and makes a piece of rubber, piece of gum like this. So this is a little bit of silicone rubber, and what we've been doing right now is we've been casting individual hair strands, which is similar to what we did before with Evil's hair. Just this time I was making them a little bit more cleaner. Yeah, like here are all the hair strands. They're made of rubber. So you can also use latex or latex, but I'll tell you, latex is very tricky, very finicky, very, very smelly. It stinks a lot, like ammonia. And yeah, I don't love it because, oh, the worst part is that it doesn't last forever. Like any piece made of latex will rot in, I don't know, maybe about 5-6 years, depending on the climate where you live. So I'd rather use silicone rubber because that way the puppets will last a little bit longer. I've never had a silicone puppet like go terribly bad. They can feel a little bit drier, but they can still work. The latex pieces actually rot. Three, four. One more. Are the strand you're making like the back of the head? If so, you could potentially make it less individual, make some clumped up. Hard to explain. Yeah. We've been through this for a while. Don't worry. And I know it's very tough to sort of like, but I'll tell you the idea that we have right now. So right now I'm casting every strand individually because it's kind of faster, because making the full sculpt strands in a single mold means you need a very, very, very big mold. And that would be a lot of work and a lot of printing and matching pieces. It's troublesome. So instead of that, I'm just doing each strand as an individual cast, and then I'm going to join everything inside a little mold. So right now, how I've conceived the hair right now is two different pieces, which will be two layers of hair. I can show you, let me show you, I can show you the full history of how the hair has been evolving. So first, the first time I did this, it was for Evil's birthday. I made a very, very short animation that was like 4 seconds long. You can find it in the channel under the name Happy Birthday Evil, I believe. I made it for this year's birthday. And in that one, I just worked with the model as it came. So the model had its own shape for the hair, and I printed it out and used that for the top of the head. So I just grabbed the model, printed the shape, made a mold out of it, and made the silicone shape for the hair. And here it is. And it's all right. It looks good. However, when you try to animate it, you cannot really play with the hair too much. It's very short, the shape, because it's like a big lump of plastic and only the very tips are separated. All you can animate is down here, or you can animate everything like as a big clump, but it feels a little bit unnatural when you're trying to do stuff, especially if you try to do more extreme stuff, like what I did with the plasma globe and what I did with the harpoon, that sort of stuff. This was not gonna cut it, and it was also very uncomfortable to animate with this. So I ended up changing to the system you see in the extravaganza video, where they're all individual hair strands and each one of them were drilled into the head as a separate piece. So I would have my hair strand like this one. I would just drill a hole into the head and place this and have it flow. Well, I'm not gonna fold it because I'm gonna use this one, but this would be the hair strand and I would move it. But in the end, what happened is that, yeah, it looked like a little bit more like rastas, like thick pieces of hair that didn't unite. What I'm working on right now is I have another 3D model, a piece
that's designed to grab all of these strands, the individual strands, and sort of fuse them into one single shape. That's what this piece is gonna do. So this is gonna be the upper part of the hair. This is gonna take care of all the top, where is it? The top layer like this, and we'll have hair strands going all around. And then beneath that, I plan to make more of like a curtain of hair, which is this one. You can see it here. It's like a little trapezoid, and from here I'm gonna put all the little hair noodles popping out like this. Less ugly. And this I'm gonna wrap around the head and under the other piece. This is like the underside of the hair, and then the other one is like the upper part, the top of the hair. That's my plan right now. What we've been working on. And once I cast them, I can try to fuse them and maybe apply a little extra silicone just to make sure one gets affixed to the other. But that's pretty much what we've been up to for a while now. Maybe if you wait a couple of minutes, I can actually show you, because we already casted another hair strand here. We can take it out in a couple of minutes. It still needs some time. But yeah, that's what we've been up to. That's the story of how the hair has been coming along. And it's more or less what you're saying, of making a big, sort of like fusing the hair strands together on the top. The only hard part of doing that is when you fuse the pieces using silicone, you need to have it sealed, and if you make a very complex shape, it's very hard to release in a single casting. There's a lot of pros and cons and different things, but yeah, if you ever have a suggestion, we can gladly listen to it. Then the blender method might help, since anime modelers start with the base of hair, building from there. Yeah, I've seen how they make anime hair with Blender, and it's very, very cool. Like, it's a very nice system where you can just like start extruding strand by strand and make a nice shape, and then just model it out and sort of like arrange them into the proper shape. And also love how you're building this. Thank you very much. I'm glad you like what we're doing. It's been a while, and we've been working on this for a long time, and I really appreciate the fact that you enjoy the process, because it truly is something. So what we're doing right now is we are going to sort of make a prototype to see how this would behave for the main body. So some of these wires, if you're still around, some of these wires are probably going to be a little bit shorter than what they actually are, but I'm working with what I got here. So I'm going to just try to see if I can make the little shape like this. I poked myself under a finger. Oh, no. That's so bad. I think that happened to me also a couple of weeks ago, and it's... Oh, are you okay? Are you not bleeding? Krieger, hello. Hi, how's it going, Krieger? Haven't seen you. Well, no, I think you were here like 2 streams ago, weren't you? But yeah, good to see you. How's it going, Krieger? There's like a party or something close by. Didn't break skin, luckily, but it's very unpleasant. It's very unpleasant. It is. Yeah, I did poke myself while looking for the wire.
early in the stream. And I did throw out blood. Okay, so
I used maths and chemistry equations to make magic scaling for fantasy setting in my head. That sounds fun.
you made your own magic system? I like that, I like that. There's a guy on YouTube who's making some sort of like a magic system for like tabletop games and stuff. It was a very interesting one because it used a lot of like geometry and stuff. Like every single spell had a geometric pattern between of different lines, and depending of the lines that were connected, it would be like the type of element magic that was used. Something very I don't know, very interesting. Imagine Fishhook did that once. Oh god, you poked yourself with a fishhook? Okay, so seems like there's like a big noisy party here. Probably a neighbor's kid, something like that. So let me know if it's annoying on the, or if you can hear it too much, because I might consider ending stream. It's a little bit loud and it's gonna be a little bit distracted. And also I'm gonna get copyright struck because they're playing K-pop Demon Hunters. Wasn't this window supposed to? Sir Dominance by blasting my own music. Let's blast Guilty Gear max volume. I see the circle. By using evil, I'm gonna play the Avar Demon at max volume. Hello, chat!
Crash out invalidated. They gave the app wrong tracking number. Wait, what? Oh.
So but that still means it didn't arrive today, right? Oh, printer is coming tomorrow? Or when was it coming? On Monday? You needed it on Monday, I think. Oh, cool. Well, then hopefully it arrives in time and you don't need to struggle with that. It's kind of messy.
Are you here, Dibadaba? It's your...
Mm. So this is my idea. It's a lot of wires. Probably need to be folded down because it could end up being very prickly. YouTube chat is delayed so much, really? Yeah, YouTube's kind of weird when it comes to... Compared to... let's see. I'm gonna send the message on Twitch and then one on... I'll be first YouTube. And then Twitch. 4 seconds not that bad. I've seen streamers with more latency. 4 seconds on Twitch. Krieger. R. Yeah, it's not impossible. Okay. So this is the general idea. Maybe we can open up the mold here. Yeah, maybe we can already make a next... What time did we make our first cast? Did we send a Chikibriki last time? Chikibriki. Okay, it's been a while, probably. I think you said we're not sure if it wasn't that. Yeah, I was checking if maybe we had a Chikibriki over there to see as a reference, but it feels like the rubber's already fully vulcanized. Isn't it kind of late for a children's party? All right. There we go. Another hair strand. I'm not sure if you're still here. I don't remember the name of the new individual who just joined. James Orozco. I'm not sure if you're here still, James Orozco, but yeah, this is the hair strands that we've been making. So I just opened the mold, and here it is. Brand new little piece of rubber, silicone rubber. It's flexible. It keeps its shape really cleanly. It does register even like the glossiness of the material, which is very good. And yeah, that's what I've been using for all the hair strands here. I remember you were asking, but I'm not sure if you're still here. Anyway, yeah, this is one more hair strand. And we still have 5 more to go. Tested the delays a while ago by playing them at the same time. And Mariana's words were said on YouTube. I'm not sure if it's very constant. I'm not sure if one day could be different to another day, maybe. Something happened to hairs? Nothing much. Why are you asking, Gigahertz? I mean, you've been here for a while, so I'm not sure what... I could gladly recap for you, but I'm not sure what did you left on. We've been making a bunch of hairs. We made like 10, 14 so far. We still need another 4. And in the meantime, I'm trying to design something, or I'm trusting Diva because, yeah, like, seems very proficient on how to design wire structures. And yeah, like right now I've got something like this, but it feels off, kind of scuffed, if you ask me.
Maybe it's a little bit too big. Ba-da-dum. If I mute the YouTube feed, the stream stopped playing and probably won't count me as a viewer. Oh, really? Oh, so wait, maybe I just misheard. No, the hair is fine. I was trying to find a new viewer who just arrived. They were asking about... well, he was called James. I'll go with he. He was asking about the materials that I used and the silicone and stuff. So I wanted to talk about the silicone because we were opening the mold. But yeah, I'm not sure. And then on my phone, Twitch is way more inconsistent. I don't know how stuff is accounted for, but I feel like I'm not at the point where I need to stress about the numbers and the lurkers not being taken into account and that sort of stuff. Like, we do all right, I believe. Like, I know people who have been streaming for years and are not as lucky as me. So I think we're fine. I think the important part here right now is not getting hooked up on the numbers, but getting hooked up on the quality of the product. That's what's going to bring more people here, and more importantly, more like-minded people like you guys who have been suggesting and making very, very, very valuable contributions to everything we've been doing. I feel like I'm really wondering how would everything be if I've never streamed. Like, I feel like if I only showed animation without streaming, I feel like Extravaganza would not be what it is at all. It probably wouldn't be as funny, it probably wouldn't be as clean. There's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't have done. But yeah, it's interesting. You could twist each wire pair like 4 times or something, then split the pairs and make new pairs with an... Oh, I like that. So now consider this thing is very, very, very long. Like, the hair strands here are not as long. Well, there's a couple of ones that might be, but yeah, some of them are not that long. But yeah, I think that could... In case I needed to bounce back and forth between Twitch and YouTube chats, but the combined chat makes tracking just more useful. Yeah, I think it's much better. And also, now you can... Because before you had a lot of trouble like talking between chats. Somebody would say something or try to give his opinion, and it would be very hard to follow the conversation because you would have to see the upper screen and the lower screen. I think I still have it here. In case you miss it, I can set it up. No, where did I have it? I think I have it in this one. In window capture. If I hide this one. And... oh, maybe I already deleted it. No, I feel like I just saw it today. Nah, well, here it is. It's here, but you're not gonna be able to hear me if I go to this. This is what it looked before. But yeah, I really like the new layout better. Yeah, it's much more coherent, definitely. You made quality, but you're just as entertaining. You're a good talker. Thank you, much appreciated. I never expected to be considered a good talker, you know? But yeah, I've been learning, I believe. But I don't know, just like chatting while I do stuff. It just makes it much more pleasant, you know? Working in silence is alright, but it's just... nah. It can be a little lonely after a while. So yeah, I like doing this, being able to chat, ramble about random stuff every now and then, and yeah, keep on working. But I do like that idea of sort of your japping is perfect for work too. Like, it's not too distracting, but it's like still constant enough. Oh, there it is, golden. I'm gonna get banned. Nah, there goes my copyright claim. Ba-da-da-ba-bum. Yeah, understood while working. I got that. Okay, so let's try that. The tricky part here is keeping everything in place. Where's where are my pliers? The only thing to work on is not stalling the combos. With more collabs, that should come. Not stalling the combos? I'm not sure how I would do that. Like, I don't know, I feel like I get run out of stuff to talk about, or sometimes I just lock in working, but yeah, I don't know. I need to find out ways to keep talking or talk about something else. I don't know, like go into another topic, that sort of stuff. But yeah, I usually struggle with that. With more collabs, that should come. Oh, well, with collabs, I think it's much easier. Yeah, like, it's much... you should have seen it on the very first streams. I feel like it was a disaster because, yeah, I would never... well, there was a lot fewer people here. So, and I really didn't have experience. So when people weren't talking to me about anything or asking me something explicitly, we're like in Blue Cloud today. Oh, I think he fell asleep. He hadn't slept since yesterday. And yeah, I think he fell a couple of hours ago, which I think it's good. It would have been bad for him to stay awake more. So yeah, I think he's asleep right now. He might be listening to us, but asleep. Children are getting out of place. So whoever's here playing the role of Huntrix is going like, please sit down, children, please sit down. I'm refraining from BS since you're getting a bit of raids here and there. Refraining from BS? It's okay, I don't know. I've never had a bad experience with a raid. Like... And we haven't had that many raids. We've had like 2 Cupidile raids, 1 Katya raid. What else? Cupidile, Katya, Moss, a couple of Fae raids, yeah. And it's getting late for me too, but I'm making a very random late night mental. Meanwhile, I'm gonna stick around. Alright, so I think I should try and focus then in figuring this stuff out so you can at least. So the thing is, how do I make this on the shape that we need? Considering it's so small. How do you make this? How are you so good at making wire structures, Diva? I feel like I can make 2 loops and then everything crumbles into pieces. And you're like, yeah, you make like a triple loop and then this and then a navy knot and then this and then that. And that's how you make a full-on 3D sculpture. It's almost 3 AM, go to sleep. Yeah. Oh yes, you're in Poland. So yeah, go rest. I don't think we're doing the face stream today. I can keep working a little bit. I'm not sure if cutting earlier should be a good idea, but still want to. So I'm a little bit scared that being tired could affect the casting of this shape. Because if we screw up, we're gonna be once again. Try needle nose pliers. Needle nose pliers. Are those these ones? I got this tiny pliers. Not sure if this is needle nose. I've got this one. The mini pliers. And yeah, other than that, I only got like big chunky pliers like this. See you next stream on the sea. Sure. Thank you very much for stopping by. Glad to see you, and good luck, and hope your printer arrives in time. Hey, Blue Cloud is back. Someone woke up. Wakey, wakey. Total experience with wires 2 days. How? Are you for real? Is this the first time you work with wires and you're making like full-on articulated hands? No way. Five hours, not bad, huh? It's okay. Decent enough. Okay, so let's cast another one. Now that I'm pretty sure that James Orozco is not here anymore. Let's cast another hair strand. Mention his name and he emerged? Oh, Cloud, yeah. Somebody mentioned, it was Delphine. Delphine was asking, like, where's Blue Cloud? We need his chaos. Also Nathan manages to make a lot of conversation starters, wacky as they might be. Silicone. Dressy, hello. Oh, you're saying hi to Cloud. Delphi was suffering the consequence of my sleep deprivation. Yeah, I was telling that story. Maybe my brain is just wired for this right kind of... Maybe, because you've also been very good at suggesting stuff for the eyes and all that stuff. I remember that. Okay. Good one. What? When are you gonna make I don't know. Sorry. I work a lot here. I need to get some time to sit down and actually make that sort of channel points reward stuff. I just don't know what people do with this, you know? I should spy other channels to see what they do and then how they do it. 2, 3. Channel points. AC1 could be Halloween Mariano, which makes you Halloween Mariano for 5 minutes. Oh yeah, you mean like what FaZe got? So I could set that up. I really hope this is not getting picked up by my mic because I'm gonna get so copyright claimed. But yeah, I could do that similar to what Faye had. However, I don't have all the models here, I believe. I think there's a couple of ones. Or if we do a 3D stream, might not have all the models there. I don't remember which ones I have. Also, I don't know if that sort of alerts appear. I don't know how Faye reads them. The thing is, Faye doesn't do multi-streaming on Twitch. I think she multi-streams maybe on TikTok or something. But yeah, I wouldn't know if it works the same way or if I can see the notifications. We just hear random noises, impossible to make out what the music is. Oh, okay, cool. Because it's a lot of K-pop Demon Hunter stuff. Faye just sees it and turns it on herself. Yes, but Faye is Faye is looking at the Twitch screen all the time, right? I'm not sure if I had that, if I would be able to see it, because I don't have Twitch open. My layout and my screen is OBS on one side and the chat window on the other side, but it's not the Twitch chat, it's the multi-chat from ground control. So I'm not sure if I would be able to see the notification in order to do it, but I could try it. Ugh. All right. Let's go. Okay. Okay. One more strand. Here we go. Okay. This meatball omelette is pretty good. Definitely beats porridge with sausages. Yes, tried that once. Porridge with sausage, that sounds foul, yeah. Meatball omelette sounds decent. It's like bacon omelette, but with extra steps, maybe. Or sausage omelette with extra steps. Highlighted on Twitch, not shared in chat. So I sent in whip channel photo to demonstrate how Raven's wings color looks like on a horse. Oh yeah, give me a sec. We're in the middle of a chicky-bricky right now. Which, by the way, chicky-bricky. It's not closing right. Not sure if something's wrong in here. There we go. Okay, so we had to improvise a little bit. Let's re-chicky-bricky. There was a little bit of the wire coming out. It's okay, it's okay. I think it's fine. There we go. Now that's better. Neuro-SMH. Why is Neuro-SMH not working? Oh, I think I never added that one. Yosh, yosh, yosh. Kawaii AI. Da-da-dum. Oh, wait. Ah, seems like Faye sent me a message. Translate to good riddance, pat on the back. There is something on the evilish I couldn't read. Oh, yeah, let me check if I could. Did I miss out on anything? Okay, well. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, I can. Evilish. No, evilish. Elvish. Oh, Elvish. I don't know how to read. I was gonna show you the. I was looking at the horse stuff. Oh, where's my chat? Where'd my chat go? There we go. What got the Raven's balloon? It's cool. It's turning out really nicely. How many colors does this thing have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 24 different colors. Okay, interesting. It's looking cool. Mm-hmm. You're just tired. 24 calls. Yes, I am a little bit tired, but I've got coffee. That's all I need. Okay, so we need the pieces. What I could do is I could spend some time just unwrapping this for the sake of it. I'm gonna do it anyway in the future, so why not? While we're at this. It's like, oh, or just putting it twice. Yoshi means good. Yeah. Mhm. Sugoi, no, Sugoni? No, Rukoni. I don't know what Rukoni is. Okay. And it started with what's there in Japanese. Oh, I think it's because it's not like there, as in. Yeah, it's more like an expression rather than the meaning by itself of just saying the word there. When you say there, it's sort of like an expression, right? Like, hey, everything's gonna be alright, don't worry. Head pats. That's sort of the spirit of the there expression. Yosh, yosh. Okay. On topic of translations, there's a class of movies such as spoof movies, parrots, momentary on the little trend for spoof dubbing. Gang and the Ring. Says made in China. Okay, so I'm unwrapping the wires in the strands we already have, but I don't think I'm gonna commit fully into making the whole structure right now. Made in China. There's a weird story of, I don't know, what was it, like movie, like the Star Wars movies in Peru or some country in South America that's not Mexico. For some reason it was legal, and I don't know, like it just happened that a company baked ads in the middle of the movie, of the Star Wars movies, for some reason. So there's like random moments in the movies where characters will be speaking, and then all of out of nowhere they'll bring out like it will be like just a close-up of a hand grabbing cold beer and just go like cerveza cristal out of nowhere. It's like it's a very surreal experience of having an ad baked into the movie completely against the wishes of the film producer. Gang of the Ring. Okay. 私はリンゴです。高い肉を食べたが大好き。I love eating expensive meats. 高い肉を食べたが大好き。大好き? Wouldn't it be 大好き instead of 大好き? Might be slightly wrong, and I don't know how to get a Japanese keyboard on Windows. The cutest twins in the world, I think that's right. Other Tulatur was misdubbed as Two Busted Noggin. Alright. Return of the Bum. The Return of the Bum. Averunoga. Oh. To 100 languages. It's translated to. Okay. Treatment. All roads. Wait, what is this music? Oh. Gandalf, you are late. Sorry, Frodo. I'm going into a traffic jam. Course. We're playing in Russian. Traffic jam and cork for wine bottle is the same one word. Oh, you know what I could do? I could cut the, or find the new piece, the piece that we had. Da-da-dum. Guess both block flow. Time for me to sleep. Alright, yeah. Rest well, Dibadaba. I'll see if tomorrow we can cast this thing. And in the meantime, let's see if we can finish them other hair strands. Maybe we can make our first batch of neuro hair strands. They're so long. Right, rest well, Dibadaba. Queen. Neuro-tuck. Oh, I'm not looking at the right. It's almost dozed off. Had to load up evil screaming to keep a viewer awake. Vest made from the skin of dragon's butt. Beautiful. I miss her random noises and whiz. Yeah, she hasn't done that in a while, right? Not funny. Alright. That's her randomly foreboding no to Konokoin in the subathon. Oh, to Coco, yeah. I don't remember the no. I remember there was one time she roared or something, right? Like, roar! And she kind of broke the... Like, it sounded like she was clipping the mic with her roar. And I think that was on the subathon playing Minecraft. A sinister to no start. Coke O. Use that one in your animation, if I recall. My animation. What did I use? I used the... What the fuck? Oh, I think that was the subathon too. When he was saying, can you say what the frig? And Evil just said, what the fuck? I used that one. No? I don't remember any no line being in the extravaganza thing. Right, just wrist spaces and up at least two. KO. Okay, I think this still needs some time. But we've got 4 more strands to go. I think this guy's good already. We made this early in the morning. Hate the touchpad keywords like on my smartphones because it likes to register the B instead of the space. What did I miss? Why am I seeing Mariano Cinema spam? I think because what Dressy was doing in their chat thing, doing some translation stuff. So I end with sentences like this. Beautiful. Okay, so we're gonna need another piece. I'm not sure if maybe we could just add the piece in the end, but if we do that... Yeah, we could. We could totally do that. Just need to leave a space in the middle, make sure everything's vacant. I think I'll do that. I think that's gonna make it less complicated. So that way we can cast only the parts that we need, don't get too worried about pieces being centered, and we'll add that on top later. Oh, that's some success or something. Nah, it's been chill. So the thing is, we haven't been doing like anything crazy today. It's mostly been making more hair strands, preparing stuff, a little bit of R&D. It's been a casual day, not really a very drastic. Tomorrow might be interesting because we might be casting our very first like new hairpiece, and if it works, my soul will be free, and if it doesn't work, it's gonna be very bad. It's gonna be a very bad day, but I think it's gonna work. Like, I don't see where this could go, if this could go as wrong as last time. Can you put on longer gloves? Your forearm is doing things to me that get this stream artist. What? On YouTube side, or it's just you being a weirdo? And no, I don't have any longer arms, and this gloves are already pricey enough, and I already have a box of them, so you'll have to cope with it. Da 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 da. Seems like we're bringing out the bunk. What's the other one? You know. So we need 4 more of these. Nothing to predict for the bunks. Only one person can bunk him, IRL. Sneak peek to Mariana's workshop game in Google Drive. Da-da-da-da. Okay. So we could do this tomorrow. Start working on the other one. Forget who I used it on, but I think the strangest one I used that got double downed was on. When you blink quieter, that popping noise sounds suspicious. What the hell? An audible blink on there. You do recommend a Plants vs Zombies challenge run that could be interesting to Nathan, but that sounds like an interesting challenge. Might need my assistant. You might need your assistance. Damn autocorrect. Okay. So yeah, I think Faye's stream is definitely cancelled. Just got a message from her. She's being punished, so I downgraded our relationship to business territory. Okay, so don't have any material close by to know how well the rather leave it for a bit more. So what could we do? I'm still wondering how to make the structure for the other piece. I like the idea that Dibidava suggested. It sounded very fancy, very nice, but I'm not sure how well we'll be able to do it. By the way, it's just an image, not downloadable. It's not gonna be a virus. Oh, you mean your thing? Oh, give me a sec. I completely forgot. When it comes to business, official sounding, and when she has more skill than me, this idea maybe backfire soon. Maybe you're the one who's gonna become the assistant here. What the hell? Okay. So that's me working and streaming at the same time, I guess. The resin vat. Just saw the image. Wonder if I can get Vettel to post some of my responses for me to... Okay. get Vettel to post responses for you to use? I don't think so. I think that sounds far-fetched. You were just complaining about not being a lurker in Neurostream because you knew they would never see it. Seems really locked in when it comes to business, but the right amount, right type of business. Mariano should have JoJo legs? What the hell's JoJo legs? Wait, we could make the hair strands for first hair strands for Neuro. Just for the sake of progress. Just basically almost no pants. I thought you meant like strong legs, not weird outfit legs. So it's basically almost no pants. Oh, your chair says moo? I didn't see that one. My chair says moo? Give me a sec. Oh, it's in the chat. What are you talking about? Or do you mean just the noise that the chair makes? What you meant Drusy's drawing? Yeah, I don't know. It's a very old one. Sometimes it makes a lot of noise. But only... there it is. Yeah. I don't know. Just does it. Well, it seems like at least I finally found a way to more or less set this stuff up without it taking me a long time. Just a matter of grabbing the tip of the wires with a little bit of paper. Ta-da-da-dum. Spatula. Spanish. Quick, someone pretends to be HR. I need an adult. What the hell's going on here? Okay, there we go. Turtle Pete. What the... Okay. So yeah, let's cast our first cast with the Neuro with the neurosilicone. Let's see how this does. Teeth. What are we listening to now? Okay, we're fine still. Yeah. Plenty to work with. Metroid music. I think we've never heard Metroid music on stream before. Pizza. No Ridley's theme? Yeah, I don't know a lot of Metroid music either. I don't know, this sounds like Metroid to me. Am I tripping? Golden Sun had some real bangers. Golden Sun, what? We can look it up. Let's see. We already listened to Golden Sun? No, this is not the one. Okay, let's see what we can find in the Golden Sun OST. Is that the game? Hate what they did it with Dark Dawn. I've never played it. I've never been that much of an RPG head. I'm guessing this is an RPG. It looks very RPG-y to me, and sounds very RPG-y. Most games I play are RPG, but only because usually go with the story-heavy games. Yeah, that does sound like you. Story-heavy sounds nourishing for writers, right? Food. Alright. I think Will might be a tortoise because he's a land turtle. Procrastination definitely helps with that. I think that's what I don't like about RPGs is that I feel like they take up too much time in order to make, like, to get to the good part of the game. You need to grind through like 15 levels of just poking around and doing nothing. So yeah, I think the only proper oil RPGs that I've played is Pokemon, if you could even consider that an RPG. And Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, but that's more active, it's less like turn-based, you know. How are they gonna make it tragic when they killed Ares unless they milked it? Yeah, you wouldn't have cared if you had only known her for 2 hours. You had to hang out with her for thousands of hours in order to get attached, right? Okay, so let's see our first casting of our neural hair. Middle is a Kermit. Okay, so are we on camera here? Kinda. I like, don't fall. Always put it. Okay-ish. One drop catalyzer here. There was a game I played where it felt like one assisting character felt like they were gonna join the party, but then they had to die to the area boss. So I never played, never finished that area, really. You got that attached to the character. You never wanted it to die. You'd rather leave the game incomplete than seeing them die. My favorite place. Oh, that sucks. When you have like a favorite character mechanics wise and you have to let it go. Jugglers are underused in many games. Jugglers. Jugglers as in like tricky games. How do I say is like but wait, in an RPG, how would you play a juggler? A juggler is more for an active game, isn't it? Like something that lets you do a lot of combos and stuff. Fighters that excel in air-based combat, keeping enemies off the ground. Okay. But yeah, then that's more of an active game rather than well, maybe I'm assuming the turn-based part of the RPG. thing. But that does sound fun. Okay. So let's just gently apply a quick coat of the thing. It's kind of scary to think we're already moving into Neuro. Mhm. Okay. Looks decent. Hope it doesn't run down too much. Hope it stays more or less where it is right now. It's starting to get thicker, so hopefully it will. Okay, seems alright to me. From the side, I don't see like empty spots. I'm kind of scared because this one's much brighter in color. So I really hope in the end doesn't look like there's a big black piece of wire in the middle. But we already did it kind of with our other tests, and I think it looks decent. Yeah, like some places you can see the wire in the middle. Over here. But okay, let's turn this on. Leave this be for now. Okay, what have you been up to? Judith from Tales of Vesperia won when it comes to mine recent games. Yeah, I don't know what to call the Tales of Series style of game. Already thought about my book characters and how they will play and what I hope is a game inspired by it. In a game? That's interesting. Boris Klida was heavily inspired by a character archetype I thought my brother would enjoy playing. And I got that spot on Boris Collide. Mariano, when are you making an animation? Do you make a storyboard beforehand? Not really. I'm not that good at storyboarding, so I kind of wing it. If I'm making something more complex, if I was making like a full-on, instead of like snippets, and I was making like a full-on story, maybe I would consider a storyboard because it is a useful tool. You honestly don't really need a very elaborate or a very precise art style, but you do need something that makes stuff clear and easy to read for you. May I assemble a console of plushies and verbally walks them through the plan before cracking a madman? Before cackling like a madman? And blitzing through the animation process in an hour. I usually just skip the meeting part, but I just make it like wing it like madman. I don't know, like what we made before with Extravaganza, all we did was we kind of thought it out. It was like, okay, so we want to do something with the plasma globe. So here's a plasma globe, and what we could do. Most of them we thought on the very same day, because many of them were like stuff that I didn't reveal until the very same day. I don't think we're gonna have that sort of stuff now because you're watching me work all the time, so I don't have any time to make spare surprises in the side. But yeah, last time I had been working on the plasma globe and making the little logo and all that stuff, but I hadn't revealed it, and then I showed it randomly in the middle of stream, and then we started talking like, okay, so yeah, I wanted to animate something with a plasma globe, so what do you think? We could do something, and I don't know how we workshopped into the idea of, oh, let's make her approach the plasma globe, look around, use the little question mark, and then have it raise up her hair. And I think the rest of it we came up with in the middle of the animation. Because I remember Delphink we were looking for the sound effect of Filian crashing her VR headset for when she just crashed. Where did what the hell? From the Bold Bit come from? It's from, so it's actually comes from a art review stream. So Evil was there just looking at art pieces, and then one fan art came out with Evil being bald. So her instant reaction to the fan art was, what the hell? And then she said, do you guys think I would suit being bald? And something else. There were a couple of extra sentences in the middle. And then I think the part that she said, that the part with that started the bit, the I won't ever get bald, I might do it just for the bit, that was actually the final part. So first she saw the image, she saw the fan art, and when she saw it, her immediate reaction was the what the hell? That's all one section. Here I thought it was pulled for the bit. No, it was all, well, it kind of got shuffled a little bit for the sake of coherence, because I didn't have art to show and stuff, but it all came from the same clip. or for example, when we were doing the, I was planning doing the guitar bit, and I was asking people in chat like, hey, do you know of any bits where we can find evil cursing and sounding like she's very annoyed? And we started looking, and there's a lot of times that she's been cursing, but sometimes some of them didn't have the intention, right? Because in the guitar one, we needed her to feel angry from not being able to play the song correctly. And there were some that were just very calmly saying like, what the fuck? Or, I don't know, shit. But yeah, something with a little bit more punch would have been more useful. And yeah, we kind of found it. Classic Osa stream. Okay, let's put this aside. Hope for the best. Please stay. Maybe now we can open this guy. Let's open this one. I'm gonna need the other pliers. There they are. Okay, looks nice on this side. They keep having this little issue on the tip, but it's fine, I guess. And the back looks fine. Oh, perfect. This is yeah. This is one of the best ones we've had. Clean, very, very clean. Love it. Pretty sure that's where the string of fucks you pulled came from. I recall her crashing out the song. No, the fuck. Wait, so first it was oh shit. The oh shit, I'm not sure where we got it from. Oh, you mean the fuck this stream, fuck everything? Oh yeah, I think that one's from a Nosu stream. And then the second what the fuck came from the subathon Coco interaction, where Coco was trying to make her say what the fuck. And yeah, she did. But yeah, the final one, I think it was her being pretty annoyed. Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't remember watching the clip of the OS, but I remember hearing the audio and going like, oh yeah, this is perfect. Fuck this stream, fuck everything. Where's my scale? Yeah. It's so cute. I never get the chance to stream with them. I want to teach them overly verbose manner of addressing simple matters and watch them apply it in ways I never imagined. I wonder if they would catch up, like, fast enough. I think they would, because have you ever seen those streams where Coco asks Neuro to make a sentence where every single word starts with the letter A and then with the letter B and the letter C and all that stuff? So yeah, if they can do that, probably they could play your word games. He was evasive maneuver one time adjacent. You're gonna teach them how to evade filter Sama. I imagine you know what Gyat is. Yes, I know. Unfortunately, I do know. Freaking Sumer brain stuff, brain rot lingo. Or you were the predecessor dump truck? Yes. So 3 drops. 1, 2, 3. Nathan. Wait, I cannot read right now. I'm mixing silicone.
All right. Ready? All set. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Cheeky breaky. Oh god. Oh. Make sure it all closes properly. It's not closing properly. There it is. Personal router. Make sure it closes. Where's the frickin'? There we go. There we go. Yes, I love that. Means it's working. Okay. Okay, now I can read whatever Nathan's been up to. Okay, what? So do you imagine anyone would react the same manner if I went, does Ocean know you're driving heavy equipment without a license? Few of these mentally prepare in my head just for the first one that came to coherent sentence first. I feel like I should have though. It's at least copyrighted by someone else wants to hear it. Person favorite I sing at work is a douchebag song or Mr. Douchebag by Your Favorite Martian. Oh yes, I know that. Why is your ego so massive? You know it's 2 a.m. and it's dark outside. You don't need those damn sunglasses. Yeah, I remember that one. Wow, that's an old one. Weren't you like 5 when that song came out? Cheeky Breaky 4 times time. 14 years, I think. Nah. Really? I thought it was way more of being 24. Was 14 years ago? I can look it up right now. Yeah, 'cause that song's from more than 10 years ago. God damn it, my glove broke again. It was like 2004. Let me see. Your favorite Martian. Yeah, 14 years ago, wow. "14 years ago" is 2011. Yeah, that sort of figures.
crank it up now. I don't want to get neither copyright struck nor anything like that, so you'll have to hear it on your own. We were actually considering if tomorrow we can have like a decent if tomorrow we can have like a decent long stream. I was planning on maybe doing the stream with Swarm FM and just screw my monetization in YouTube. I would have to try and do the trick that Sleepy Demon Goats told me to set it up so that the Twitch VOD doesn't get deleted. But I could do that. But alright, so my gloves gave up. You might have already realized it, but I'm kind of tired. I'm a little bit low energy I've been a little bit low energy for the last like 3 hours. Nah, maybe not 3 hours, but at the very least the last hour. So I think a good rest would be alright. It's been a bit of a long week. And I don't want to risk it. Like, if I moved on and tried to make this and I screwed up, it's gonna be another like 1 week worth mistake. So I'd rather be fresh tomorrow and try it. Cup has offered to invigorate. Stop it. No, wait. No, stop it. Those comments should definitely not roll in here because you're underage. So yeah, like, no, that's a big, big no. Anyway, the thing is, yeah, I really need to rest. And I think it would be good to, yeah, just leave it at that for today. Tomorrow we could do, well, I'll see. I still don't know yet what the plan could be tomorrow because it's always something arising in the middle of. Of the weekend, but I don't know. Probably nothing this weekend. We'll see. Yeah, we can make this thing tomorrow. We're doing. Make the new piece. We're probably gonna have all the hair strands tomorrow too. Maybe we'll try the other piece too, like the curtain shape. I still need to sand it down, add freaking spray, and what else could we do? I mean, for now we can just concentrate on the hair and focus on that. We're gonna have the wire so and yeah, I don't know. I don't think we need anything else from that's just gonna be making more hair. I don't think we're gonna finish tomorrow either. We're probably still gonna need another set of hair. Well, we still need to make another whole set of hair. So we need what? Right now we got 4 of these strands. That means we still need 14. I would go for 16 hair strands. And the whole casting part, but the casting we're not even finished with Neuros. We also need to make the front hair, which is this one. You know, the little bangs in the front. I'm not sure. I want to see if we can cheese it out and use the same mold for both Evil and Neuro. All I need to do is cover the center of the broken heart. And if we do that, yeah, we'll be okay. And what else? I guess we'll figure out tomorrow. So yeah, no, we didn't get the Faye stream today. I'm not sure if Faye's gonna call me to tell me if we're gonna do another collab at some point. Like we were planning to collab tonight, but she couldn't because apparently some stuff came up. So maybe we'll move it to another day, but I don't know. Also, when's Abandoned Archives coming out on Monday, right? So we could play Abandoned Archive on Monday too. And do it for them. Yes, I'm doing it for them. Don't worry. It's gonna happen, but it takes a sweet amount of time, you know. Now, 24th, 3 days. Yeah, so Monday. Abandoned Archive on Monday. So yeah, we can play Abandoned Archive on Monday. We'll see how long. I don't think the game's gonna be that long, right? Hope it's not like Silk Song. So hopefully we can finish it in a day and maybe go back to the workshop. We have enough time. And yeah, I mean, right now I'm trying to spend as much time as I can because I've been all over the place with the wedding, and last weekend was also very busy, and one before, yeah, like there's been a lot of interruptions. I'm trying to stay up, but at the same time I'm getting kind of tired of doing the same thing and all that stuff. Let's see if chosen the path to recovery. I guess. Abandoned Archive, Abandoned Archive, Abandoned Archive. It's gonna be fun. I just don't know what time slots should we do it. Because sometimes, like at the very beginning of stream in the morning, sometimes it's kind of hard for some people to make it. I'm not sure if we should do it a little bit later than usual. There's probably gonna be a Neuro stream that day too, so maybe it could be after Neuro stream. We could do a workshop stream, and then once Neuro stream ends, we could do the Abandoned Archive stream. I don't know what they are planning either, but we'll see. Abandoned hair molds. Yeah, we've got our abandoned hair mold here. Unfortunately, didn't make the cut. I was thinking of, just for the sake of science, trying to cast this mold with the fancy silicone just to see how it behaved, but then, well, I mean, 12 grams is not that much, but it's still like it's an expensive thing. What would be 12 grams? What's 10% of 12? 1.2. So it would be 9.8 grams then. 9.8, no, 10.8? Yeah, 10.8 grams. It's not that much, but we could give it a shot just for the sake of science if we've managed to find the time slot to do it. I need to check up on the costumes department and see how well they're doing. If they need something else, or if it's coming along. See if we can schedule the tailoring or whatever stream. But I don't think that's gonna be very soon, honestly. At the very least in 2 weeks. I remember they said they wanted to have it done by December, so maybe it will be, but I don't know. Could be, could not be. Then Hernal. But yeah, okay. Move to the dog house. Have fun, everyone. Alright, yeah. So I'm also gonna go rest. Take care, everyone, and see you later. Wait, he didn't read what did I read? The ending stream. We should raid Honey. You wanna raid Honey? Yeah. Oh, we can set up the raids too. OBS crashed? What? No, it's okay. Mariano raid us. Yeah. Give me a second. So you wanna go? Twitch died for a moment. Weird. Blah 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 blah. Let me check. So we've got 11 viewers. Let me see. Like, I don't know. So, I don't like raiding the same person too much. It feels kind of awkward. But I'm a little bit tired to think about it, so yeah, maybe we could do honey. And YouTube. Q11, Pipa, Doki Bird, Ketsu, Cult of the Lamb. I don't know. We haven't raided Ume in a while. What if we raid Ume? That's also Minecraft. Wait, that one might end soon. Wilson. That one might also end soon. Kirki. How about Sawa? Okay. Oh, it's members only. God damn it. Soul Scale? Okay. So you're going with Soul Scale, playing Cult of the Lamb. You want to go with Honey then? Stop motion rate. Stop motion rate. Alright, so Twitch going with Honey. She's doing roulette, so okay. Okay, so everyone's set. Okay, so thanks for stopping by. I'll see we stream tomorrow, and if we do, maybe we'll do some fun, you know. Yeah, maybe we can do a Swarm FM stream. That would be fun. Okay, so let's set that up. That's solar set. Yeah, now I'm gonna go to the end screen. So thank you everyone for stopping by. Just in time for the raid? Yes, just in time for the raid, they'll think. Twitch is rating Honey, YouTube's rating Ketsu, creo. Yeah, Ketsu. So yeah, take care. I'm a little bit parched, so I don't think I'll stick to say hi in the raids. I never know how to manage the raids because now that we raid 2 places at the same time, it's like very hard to keep track. But yeah, so stop motion raid, have fun. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. We'll see what happens, and yeah, see ya. And abandon archive soon. Not yet, but soon. Alright, take care. Thanks for stopping by. Bye-bye.